LGBTQ plus community trying to indoctrinate the black man. Everybody. Black men are the white people of black people. We are the entitled, largely uneducated, flamboyantly problematic group that offers that everyone else is the problem but us. We think that we should be the leaders of the black community without actually taking responsibility for negative things that happen within the black community. We offer that it is everyone else's fault that things don't work but ours. It's society not respecting the black man. It's the black woman not respecting the black man. It's the feminization of the black man. It's the masculinization of the black woman. It is the black woman choosing the wrong black man. It's the LGBTQ plus community trying to indoctrinate the black man. Everybody else's fault but ours. And if anyone steps outside the pocket to remind us in any way, shape, or form that we might be able to do better, then they're bashing black men. And don't get me wrong, things are hard for us as black men, but that doesn't give us the right to pretend like things aren't hard for other people. Like, we don't make things hard for other people. That's what white people do.
Oh my God, you couldn't hear me the whole time. Woo. Interesting. Oh my God, I've been recording for 11 minutes now. It's okay, I'll cut that out. Let me just write it down. Okay, can you guys hear me now? No? What? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, you can hear me now? Great, 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 great. Now I have to start it all over. Okay. Okay, so I was reading this article. So this is an article about black men having Peter. Well, it's not about black men. It's just because in the article it even says it focused on his behavior in a man, but the Peter Pan syndrome can't affect people of any gender or culture. So but here is some things in the article I want to highlight. Peter Pan syndrome, the current name for this pattern of behavior, first appears in Dr. Dan Kiley's 1983 book, Peter Pan Syndrome, Men Who Never Grow Up. Hi, Miss Blue Love. How are you? Thank you for joining. Signs in so here are some signs in a relationship with people who have Peter Pan syndrome. They may let you plan activities and make big decisions. Neglect household chores and childcare responsibilities. Prefer to live for today and show little interest in making long-term plans. Show signs of emotional unavailability, such as not wanting to label or define relationships. Spend money unwisely and have other trouble with personal finances. Consistently avoid addressing relationship issues in productive ways. Now, somebody who has Peter Pan syndrome, um, these are some work related signs. People with Peter Pan syndrome also tend to struggle with job and career goals. They may have a pattern of job loss due to lack of effort, tardiness, or skipping work. Make little real effort to find a job. Leave jobs frequently when they feel bored, challenged, or stressed. Only take part time work and have no interest in pursuing promotion opportunities. Move from field to field without spending time developing skills in any particular area. In some cases, this issue can also show up in a form of unrealistic goals, such as dreams of becoming a pro athlete or landing a record deal. I don't care what anybody say that was shots thrown, but I'm gonna show y'all that I'm not hitting on black men. It literally says that. Let me show you. Under work related. Here we go. In the form of unrealistic goals such as dreams of becoming a pro athlete or landing a record deal. So I'm not hating. Now I see what was wrong with my ex. LOL. It gets even more interesting. Listen to this. Here are some signs of the attitude, mood, and behavioral um like mindsets of somebody with Peter Pan syndrome. 42 years old, still trying to be a rapper. That is sad. What is going on? Well, you heard it here. That's part of Peter Pan syndrome. So, for the attitude, mood, and behavioral signs, people with Peter Pan syndrome may seem a little helpless. You might have a general impression that they can't get it together and notice things like a pattern of unreliability and flaking out, emotional outbursts when facing stressful situations, a tendency to make excuses and blame others when things go wrong, little or no interest in personal growth, expectations of being taken care of, fear of negative evaluation, a pattern of substance use, often with the goal of escaping difficult feelings or responsibilities, a desire to keep their options open instead of making concrete plans. Narcissism can sometimes also play a role. So narcissism comes up a lot in discussions about Peter Pan syndrome, but they're different concepts. It's true that some people living with this syndrome also show some narcissistic tendencies, but many people have some narcissistic traits without meeting full criteria for narcissistic personality disorder. Sounds like a Sagittarius, lol. Hell yeah. Those Sagittarius are crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh God. Um, what's more is that not everyone with traits of Peter Pan syndrome also has traits of narcissism. That said, the two issues do share some similarities. So let's look at this similarities. Let me put my picture back up. Um, it's sad because I am a Sagittarius. Honestly, Sagittarius women are okay. I think it's the men that are, Lord, those men, Sagittarius men are something else. I would never deal with one ever again in my life. So, people with narcissism may also fail to accept accountability, blame others for failures, prioritize personal desires over others' needs, fear criticism or conflict. With narcissism, however, the evaluation of others and a lack of empathy tend to accompany these behaviors, such as how they have lack of empathy and devaluate Black women. Many experts consider narcissistic defenses an extreme method of compensating for low self-esteem and self-worth. People who make an effort to explore narcissistic traits in therapy may also discover feelings of inadequacy and emptiness. But this is how it connects back to Peter Pan syndrome, because people with Peter Pan syndrome may arrive at those same feelings, but through a different route. So he goes on to explain that with few personal accomplishments to show others, they may face disrespect and dismissal. Eventually, these experiences can play into feelings of low self-worth and failure, which some people may try to manage by doubling down on things like sensation seeking and avoiding challenges. Now, here's where the mammies come into this. Now, see if this sounds familiar. There's a Wendy syndrome too. While Kylie focused his research on males, he did identify a counterpart in females known as the Wendy syndrome, in reference to Peter Pan's female companion. Much like in the story, females in this role often enable the Peter Pan in their lives, often without realizing it. They might do this by making decisions for them, tidying up their messes, and offering one-sided emotional support. I thought that was really interesting, because you do have to realize that Peter Pan did have somebody enabling him. She should have told him, like, no, it's time to grow up. You're not a boy anymore. But she enabled him. So we also have to look at that with the mammies, that they definitely do have Wendy syndrome. The shit that I'm seeing on Clubhouse, there's always some mammy coming in saying, well, it's not all Black men. Like when I read to the room what Peter Pan syndrome was, there was a mammy listening in the audience. She automatically raised her hand when I was finished. And she came up and she said, well, I mean, I hear you, but it's not all Black men, and other races have people who have Peter Pan syndrome and everything. Right. I agree. That's what the article is saying. This is not an attack on Black men in the article. But can we just not admit that they definitely, as a collective, have Peter Pan syndrome? Because when I'm reading that, it's really interesting how they described it. Even just the relationships signs. They consistently avoid addressing relationship issues in productive ways, show signs of emotional availability, such as not wanting to label or define relationships. When I get on Clubhouse, I'm listening to these people's stories, and it's really interesting because I will find men who are over 35 and have never been married, never have even attempted to be married, never had a fiance. There was one man on there that I think he was saying that he's 40 now and he had a long-term girlfriend for 17 years, but she was married and he was waiting for her to basically get the divorce. But what were you doing there for 17 years? I mean, you were just okay with not having a real title. Like, it was okay for you to be the side dude, basically. Like, yeah, she was separated, but that's just really strange to me. And so then we also look for show signs of emotional unavailability, such as not wanting to label, prefer to live for today and show little interest in making long-term plans. There's one guy that was on my platform, don't get me wrong, he's cool. He if he ever sees this, like, he knows we cool, but he's 51, never been married, doesn't have any kids. And I just feel like that's strange. That's like a red flag to me, because it's like every woman that you went with, because if we want to acknowledge or not, men do control marriage. So as a man, why are you not thinking long term? Why aren't you thinking about generational wealth or lineage or whatever? And one of those ways to pass down generational wealth is having a wife. And to me, it's just so many excuses. Yep, I know 142 right now with no kids. I'm looking at him like skeptical, child. Yeah, I think that that's really strange. It's definitely a red flag. And when I was saying that, people were like, the men were coming up there trying to defend it. Like, well, I mean, I'm 40. I've never been married. I don't have any kids. And I said, well, why don't you get married at least? Okay. And even when we talk about kids, they're like, well, what if I'm a deadbeat? What if I'm not there for the child? What if I can't be there for the child? You can control that, right? I'm pretty sure you can decide whether you're gonna be in that child's life or not be in that child's life. I'm really confused. Like, the excuses that I hear is really interesting. And let me read this comment. Black men have no foresight. Exactly. It's just like, do we not see the pattern of why our community has not continued to progress? The black men have to lead the community and they're not. They're failing the community. You're telling me that you have no long-term thinking as far as like, okay, I'm going to get married. I'm going to pass down wealth to my wife and most likely have kids with my wife, Nick Cannon. And you're telling me that you don't think like that as a man. A lot of them have a lot of fear. That's the strange thing that I'm finding. Because all day on Clubhouse, I can hear them say, well, what if? What if? What if this happens? Like, the worst case scenario, to just make an excuse for why they're not even trying. You're not even trying to get out there and do it. It's just like, we were talking about, let me think. It's just so many different conversations. Just the fact that the marriage thing, that's a perfect thing. Like Nick Cannon saying that bullshit about marriage being Eurocentric. Well, did you think it was Eurocentric when you were getting married? You got married to Mariah Carey, right? And again, men control marriage. So if you're thinking that it's going to be divorce, because all of them saying like, oh, the quickest way to divorce is to get married. Well, why don't you decide, what are you looking for in a woman? What does her values look like? What is her character like? What are you looking for? They're talking about submission and shit. Submission is just really interesting to me because it's kind of like childlike, right? Because when they're talking about what they're looking for in a mate on Clubhouse. I'm just citing Clubhouse. Obviously, I can't speak for every man in the world, but we're talking about what I've heard on Clubhouse. Just for them saying that they're looking for somebody who is between ages of 18 and 24 at 40 years old, And they claim is to have children or whatever with somebody who could bore children, and somebody who is so-called mature, somebody who is beautiful. um these are the things that they're saying, but it's like, but you're not even committing though, right? Because what is the marriage rate is still low. I'm not gonna even throw off the statistic or anything like that, but the marriages between in the black community are still low. So you are scared of commitment. It's just, to me, it's crazy to hear a man say, well, what if it fails? What if it doesn't go right? What if she hates me? Like, well, but you don't even try. That scares me for real, for real. I put him in sandbox for 3 years. Exactly. Um, they are afraid to be with one woman and have to be obligated to provide. Exactly. Guys, I'm going to tell you a story. I just went on a date with a black man. And, I'm not, this is like an experiment, because it's really interesting that even the so-called good black men do that. And that's why I'm saying it's the majority. Maybe not all, but it's majority. And he told me that it was ridiculous for me to uh suggest that men should provide. That a man, when you're married to a man especially, that he shouldn't be paying the bills. I mean, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's 28. He was young. But at the same time, why are you not thinking like a man? So he said, yeah, I believe in 50-50 or whatever. So I said, okay. So what is 50-50? It was a guy on Clubhouse. He told me that he was 40 years old. He said he thinks that it's okay to go 50-50 with a woman, because they will be going 50-50 and she would have her womanly duties and he would have his manly duties. So then I asked him, I said, so what is the womanly duties to you? Let me hear this. So he gonna say, well, the womanly duties like cooking, cleaning, washing the clothes, rearing the children, helping me out. That's what I think a womanly, what are womanly duties. And I said, okay, but at the same time, what cooking, cleaning, and rearing children is not a womanly duty. That should be shared by the person, or that person should be able to do that. So why is it put on the women? And then on top of that, you want her to go to work and then do half of your manly responsibilities. So then I asked him, well, what do you consider manly uh duties or responsibilities? He said, like mowing the lawn, or changing the tire, or what else did he say? Like taking out the trash. So let me get this straight. The woman has to cook, clean, go to work, rear the children, take care of you, clean up after you, uh, pay half of the bills. Oh, and also have the children. Don't forget about that. She has to birth the children and almost die. Okay. And your manly duties consist of you paying half of the bills, you going to work for 8 to 12 hours a day, and then coming home to mow the lawn once every 2 weeks and look at the trash, not even take it out, have to be asked repeatedly to take the trash out. And that's all you have to do and just exist. So what benefit does the woman have at all? I'm confused. What benefit do you have as a woman to be with a nigga to pay 50-50? I just couldn't even understand that. Like, and this makes sense to you as a 40-year-old man. Now I see why you're single and why you don't have any kids, why you have never been married, because you're not a man. And then what I hear was, because I made a room, me and my friend that I met on there, her name is Queen. She's amazing if she ever sees this, but we made a room called You Can Go 50-50 at Your Mama's House. And the amount of excuses are just disgusting. Like, well, capitalism though, we can't be expected to pay all the bills by ourselves. What is the woman gonna be doing? She's just gonna be collecting my money, sitting on her ass, looking pretty, getting her nails and weave done and all of that. And honestly, what am I gonna be doing? I'm gonna have to pay all the bills, every single one, just by my little self. Like, this is how the fuck they sound. I mean, what do you mean? Pay all the bills by yourself. Wouldn't you be doing that if you were by yourself? But it will be in a combined household at this point. That doesn't make any sense. Why are you complaining? Somehow the Hispanic men who are below economically to the black man, well, in previous um in previous studies, I think the Hispanics are actually passing up black men now. But you telling me the Hispanic man somehow knows that even though he may shoot some of them be getting paid under the table, but somehow in a capitalist system they can afford to pay groceries and provide for the household, pay all the bills, have their wife stay at home while and still take care of their children, still be in their children's lives. So a Hispanic man can't do that, but the black man cannot do that. It's just not in him. Capitalism, white supremacy, the prison industrial system, like it's always excuses why you can't be a man. Oh my god. And also I want to address the fact that you said they are afraid to be with one woman. Exactly. All day on Clubhouse, all I hear is how they're animals and they can't hold in their urges, and the woman better dress right, or shit, my animalistic uh behavior will come out. And it's like, okay, y'all always talking about y'all lions and shit. What separates us from damn animals is that we have common sense, apparently. We're supposed to have more brain capacity than them or whatever. But y'all acting like animals, talking about y'all can't control yourselves. And the women, this one guy was saying he's married, by the way, and he's painting this picture of how all of these women are always going walking, while he's walking down the street, all these women are tempting him by smiling at him and flipping their hair and just tempting them, showing the cleavage, and their ass cheeks are out from the short dresses and short skirts, and he's being tempted as a married man. The women want him more. They're throwing themselves at his mercy. Like, okay, so what? So you can't control yourself. And he's like, but listen, this is the reason why. It's scientifically proven that men can't control their urges. They always use science. These motherfuckers, and I've said this before, these motherfuckers can't read past the first grade fucking reading level. But all of a sudden now you can tell us statistics and science and do the math of statistics and read the data on the studies and all of that. All of a sudden your ass know how to do that. It makes no sense to me. So he's all talking about, shoot, this one woman, she was smiling at me. And look, I gotta explain, because my wife was nowhere around. It's the proximity. I was on the way to go to her. I was on the way. I was on the way home, but shoot, this woman was smiling at me. Like, he's saying this, and Clubhouse is live. I don't know if any of you guys are on Clubhouse, but it's a voice app. And people are saying this live. So he's literally saying this without thinking. And he's like, yeah, so shoot, I was on the way to my wife, but unfortunately, this woman was smiling at me. She had the short dress on, like she was tempting me. So shit, I took her out to get a drink, and we talked, and shit, we were talking about going back to her place. So I'm about to go, but then I felt guilty. I just couldn't do it to my wife. But it was the proximity. Like, if I didn't feel guilty, I probably would have smashed. Like, are you a fucking animal? So you already on the way to your wife. You telling me you couldn't go fuck your wife? I mean, yeah, I give him the so-called benefit of the doubt that he send her home in an Uber, so-called, like he say, but that's what you're supposed to do. Why do we have to keep telling men like, oh, good job for not cheating, good job for taking care of your kids, good job for holding a job down, not going to prison? That's what the fuck you supposed to do as human beings. Be law-abiding citizens. Be fucking take care of your kids because they did not ask to be here. So what is the problem when I hear there was one room where I was saying black men are cheaters or something, or why do black men cheat or something like that. And this man came in here and embarrassed the fuck out of his wife, talking about me and my wife have been married for 11 years. And I mean, yeah, I did cheat, but that was that one time. So now we moved past it and we've been happy ever since for 11 years. And I'm like, okay, number one, because everybody started clapping their mics or whatever, like agreeing with him in a room. And I said, do you want a cookie? We're not going to be sitting here praising you for what you were supposed to do. You were married to her. You have proposed to her. You know, you made that commitment to her. So you should respect it by not fucking cheating on her. But guess what? You didn't. I don't care how long it was, or and we're just like, so can you just tell us why you cheated? And he was just like, well, she wasn't giving me any sex. And my friend made a good point. She's like, okay, so let me get it straight. So you cheated on your wife because she didn't give you sex. But did you ask your wife why she didn't give you sex? Did you communicate with her of how she was feeling, or if her stomach might have hurt, or you didn't even communicate to see why she feels that way or why she is withholding sex from you? Or maybe you're not giving her enough foreplay. Maybe she feels like it's a chore at this point. It's not spontaneous. Anything, all of those things could be true. But you were selfish that you actually went out there and cheated on her. It's sickening. And then I'll just be damned. Like, and this is why I'm saying we should all decide as black women that when a dude mess up the first time, it's over with. No more time, no more chances at all. Just the first time. I don't care how much he's providing. I don't care how much he's doing or the sex is great. Like, fuck all that shit. The first time he cheats, it's done. Because once you take him back, he's going to be on Clubhouse telling a bunch of strangers he cheated on you, and you decide to stay with him for however many years after to equal 11 years. And you think that you should be proud of that. Like, I just don't agree with that, because we're adults. Like, we're not kids anymore. Like, maybe when we were in our 20s, young 20s, 24 or something, I could understand that more than somebody who is fucking 40 years old that comes out here and just cheats on his wife because she wouldn't give him sex. And that goes back to the article of, let me see, Peter Pan syndrome. They failed to, let's see, emotional outbursts when facing stressful situations, a tendency to make excuses and blame others when things go wrong. I think that is very accurate. Definitely. So you're telling me that there weren't other methods that you could do, and then he was started to try to defend himself and getting all mad at us like, well, but you don't understand, it was a hard decision. It was a hard decision. We had to build up people that build up their business together, that they're in love, they have children together. Do you think cheating was such an easy decision for someone to make? And I said, yes. Like period, yes. And he was like, well, it's not. It's not an easy decision. Let me text my brother real quick. So then why did you do it though? But you didn't even weigh the pros and cons of that shit. You telling me that you felt like you didn't think about the children. Like I hear on the Clubhouse the mammy saying like, well, you can't always be happy in relationships. I mean, sometimes you have children involved, he's providing for the household. Like, he made a mistake. Like, it was one mistake. And I just said, but what's a mistake to you? Because there are things that you have to do to even lead up to this point. So you telling me it was a fucking accident for him to message her back or send the first message in some cases? That's already disrespecting you because he's talking about, hey, beautiful, hey, sexy, you should be my girl. He's talking like this in the inbox, already giving some flirtatious vibe because he's attracted to her. He's pursuing her. And then they have to make a conscious decision to meet up, or if they're at the club or something, make the conscious decision to leave the club. He's not weighing the pros and cons that fucking hard. Because if you so-called loved your wife, I don't care, 11 years, whatever. That was back in the old days that was acceptable, but it should not be acceptable today. We're going to be choosing our damn selves now. I just don't, and it's just funny to me to hear so much pushback from the older generation, or even women that are in the older generation, that are making the decision like, I'm not going to put up with this. You're going to be faithful to me or I'm going to leave you, and I'm not going to give a fuck. I'm not going to look back because we're adults. I don't get how we make adults do shit, because if I love you, I'm not going to cheat on you. And I know what that looks like. We're not going to play this little game like, well, I didn't know this, or ignorance is no excuse at all. Yeah, Nick says he doesn't believe in marriage. However, he is a super spreader. And what are you gonna do? Like, all I hear from them is like, oh, well, he has money. Okay, but do we even realize there's studies on when your father abandons you? He had 4 within this year or whatever, within 9 months or something crazy like that. And you want to tell me that in all of those, we got to think about long term. Again, he's not thinking long term. This is Peter Pan syndrome. You had all of these kids, they're all going to graduate at the same time. How are you going to go to everybody's graduation and trust and believe, if your ass still alive, that they're going to resent you? They're going to have real bad daddy issues. Black man and black, well, they're biracial, but all those kids will have problems. They're going to resent you. It don't matter if you send them $1 million. They're going to hate you. Black men are the kings of contradiction. Exactly. In one breath, they can say that we don't have Peter Pan syndrome. Like, you're crazy. It's not all black men. But then they can admit, without even admitting it, that they, right there while I'm talking to them, they're exhibiting behavior of Peter Pan syndrome right in front of my eyes. And if I can get this audio off, I'm going to upload every single Clubhouse thing that I have. I might have to download a new recorder, because I don't know if the sound came through, and if it does, guys, y'all are gonna be amazed. These conversations are very interesting, to say the least. Just, these men are weird, and you cannot say that it's just on this app, whatever. Like, that may be the case, but it's so many that I'm just starting to realize even more that it's damn near all. It's the majority. I have my ongoing analysis for 4 years. Oh, I don't know what this symbol is. I'm sorry. But yeah, we definitely have to look into that analysis. Yes, they are squirrels. Interesting. Let me see something about squirrels. Let me see. Let's look at this. The squirrel sex habits. She'll make with on average 6 meals during that one day, and she'll have sex on average 22 times. Each copulation lasts less than a minute. Let's see. How do you know squirrels sex? Fight. Oh wow, they fight when they have sex. Male squirrels gather near her territory and wait for her to become receptive. If one of the males approaches and tries to mate with the female before she is ready, she will violently defend her territory against her pursuer. Excellent. I love it. Those are some good points. Effort to communicate in a sexless marriage. Right. Because if you think about it, a lot of women, when they do the studies, are saying they aren't even satisfied during sex. And it just could be little things that a man could do, like kiss you or something, or caress your body, or rub on your arm. Shit like that to get you in the mood. But they don't even want to try that. They don't want to put in the time. It's just me, me, me. And that's why I feel women should be selfish. The men are not going to understand. I was just in a room. I made a room the other night called Why do black women have low standards? And so it's interesting because with the low standards, we have to look at the bigger picture. Somebody was saying how they feel like black women have low standards because hold on, let me plug my charger up real quick. So somebody was saying how so she was a Gen Z, and I think that we don't give Gen Z enough credit, to be honest. And she was just saying, like, first of all, the man's going to be married. I'm going to be selfish. He's going to be taking care of me. I'm going to make sure that he has money. And in the divorce decree or whatever document, maybe prenuptial agreement or something, I'm going to make sure that he's doing paying child support. I'm going to make sure he's paying alimony. I'm making sure that I'm set up for life if it does, end. So there was a woman in there, and she is married to a black man, and she was saying, like, but all men aren't perfect. Some things you have to understand, though. Like, it's just with that mindset that you're having, basically you're going to be single. And she was just like, I don't care about that. Those are not those standards are not even that high. Like, that's something that should be non-negotiable. Like, and I don't care about a man's what he's going through. I don't care if he has child support. I don't care if he had kids or he was in jail and he's innocent. Like, that's where we start to give too much leeway. And one woman in my group, she's so funny. She said, it'll become like, okay, just give them a chance, like give them a little breathing room. And then you talk about the rope, like if we say, like, just give them a little rope, and then next thing you know, it's just give them a little more. Well, also this, oh well, he cheated on me. Well, I mean, even though he cheated on me, I can just give him another chance because he's doing this for me, or whatever reason you need the man for some reason. And it starts to get disrespectful, and the men will continue to do it. But we also have to look at the other side, is that the men definitely don't care. They will leave you at a drop's notice. You cheated on them, you even talk to another dude, man, they'll break up with you. And that's how black women need to be. If you're going to be dating black men, you give them no fucking space, no room, nothing. If anything happens, just leave them. That's how I feel about it, because it's just no point. They're very selfish. Let me see if I can see something in here. And they only think about themselves at the end of the day. So I wouldn't trust them at all. But it just was funny to me how the woman was literally basically trying to talk this younger woman, because she's 24, out of having standards for herself, making sure that she's set no matter what. She was literally telling her, well, no man is perfect, so you might have to just give him a chance. You might not know who you find. And I think that this is just really interesting. My grandmother didn't play. She respected herself. She left every time she was disrespected. Yes. And that's how it should be. But I would even go a step further that, you know, any type of disrespect, we need to be very, we need to understand what the disrespect is, because some people don't see cheating as a disrespect. And I feel like that's crazy. I say black men are like squirrels because of their short attention span. Off to the next shiny or interesting thing. Exactly. Oh, they have so many options. Oh, they're you know how they talk about, oh, they have so many options and all that. Like, okay, go with your other options. That goes back to the Peter Pan syndrome. Consistently avoid addressing relationship issues in productive ways. Show signs of emotional unavailability, such as not wanting to label or define relationships. Hey, Jason, do you want to come up here and defend the man? Wow, this how y'all really feel? Yes, I do. Black men have Peter Pan syndrome. Let me see. Anybody that wants to come up, I know it's late. If not, I'm fine. You don't have to. But here's the link if anybody wants to come up and discuss it with me. Options: popcorn, McDonald's, French fries. Exactly. Like, yeah, where are all these damn options that you guys have? And in fact, it's funny. I'm glad Jason is here. He's awesome. I met him on Clubhouse, you know, and he feels like women don't deserve the type of man that they want. He feels like just because women are women, they don't deserve the type of man that they're asking for. Do you guys believe that? Yes, they absolutely do. Black women deserve whatever man that they want. But yeah, so but as I'm listening to them, even I really hope that I have the audio for the black men have are the most fragile man on earth. Oh, it was gold. Oh my gosh, y'all. The title was perfect. They were coming in there by the boatloads trying to defend themselves. We don't have we aren't the most fragile. It's actually the white man. Well, there was literally a white man to say he's not scared of you physically, emotionally, mentally, intellectually. A woman's value can't be measured, especially if she has integrity. Exactly. LOL, you're gonna make me ashamed to come on here with you. Come on, Jason, come on up. You don't have to show your face. You can just do you know, your voice. But I would love to hear what you have to say about this. And if you want, I can read the Peter Pan syndrome real quick. But yes, a woman's value can be measured, especially if she has integrity. And it's just really interesting to me that it's like they don't deserve it because they're women. But black women have businesses. Black women are you know, coming up in management positions in corporate America, and educationally they're the highest educated demographic or whatever. So I would say, that's majority of the women. Hey, Jason.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? I'm
I'm
good.
doing great. Your title is intriguing. But
Jason, I
I,
think I pinged you in the room on Clubhouse when I did that. You did not come, so
well,
thanks.
it's that's the thing. It's 8:30 in the morning here in Germany, so a lot of times I like it's crazy. Like in the middle of the night, I get all my pings, and I'm like, oh well, you know. But
Well, mhm.
I think you're kind of missing, and I think a lot of times in these conversations this happens. A lot of the mess ups that a lot of the women attribute to men are the men that are the top 25% that are what women are kind of going after. And a lot of the drama and a lot of the spaces that a lot of men have of complaints of women are those women that are the 20% that are also. So I think we're getting lumped up. And a lot of them, well, when men get money, they do this. When men do this, they cheat. There's a plethora of men who just don't get those opportunities to be with women who don't do those things.
Do what things?
All the things that you were saying that all men do that are like oh well they cheat, they do this, they
When did I
you had
say all? But when did I say all?
okay do you want to say majority?
I do say majority.
Okay, let's focus on majority. You think that all majority of men cheat and
Black.
just want
I think majority of men, period, cheat.
okay. Do you also think the majority of women cheat or no?
I would say about 40%.
What percent would you give for men? Just offhand. Just
Give or take 83%.
83%, and you think that women
Yes,
cheat 40.
yes.
You gonna just go ahead and stamp that. So you think that women cheat
So they need to choose better.
half as wow, okay. Okay. You
Yes,
can't even
I
say that
do.
without laughing. Like, okay, come
I
on, really?
agree with that. What is the wait a minute? What is the pushback on that? Are you serious? We have
I,
men online talking about they should be able to keep their options open because they make 100,000. Which after taxes, how much is really a 100,000 really worth? So
I mean,
I'm just
100,000
saying I'm not.
now the world's ending 100,000 looks good.
I guess in the black community, that's true.
In any community, 100,000 is good. Like, come on, let's be realistic. I mean,
I just feel
a
like,
majority of white men aren't making 100,000 a year.
of course not. White men and black men are being surpassed economically by Asian men.
Okay, so 100,000 in any realm, you're pretty top of the line, correct?
But I'm saying this is the thing.
You don't skip that. Just
I
100,000
feel like
any.
if we're looking at the world, I just don't feel like that's a lot of money. Like the way that everything is going,
But
inflation and
anywhere in
all
the
that.
world, that's a lot of money. 100,000. That's like top 10 of anyone in any country.
I don't agree, but
What country is $100,000 not putting you in the top 10 percentile?
But it doesn't matter about that. It's like, but
You
what
wait.
about living expenses and
Okay.
stuff? So
What?
I'm not shitting. Hey, listen, I'm not shitting on anybody. 100,000 is great, but I'm saying in the real realm of things, even when we're talking about six figures, it's such a large gap between 100,000 and 99,000. So realistically, it's still the lower end. So to
You mean 9,900?
middle to
Okay,
us
I got
to
you.
lower middle class people, that does seem like a lot. But in the realm of things, is really not. We just think it's a lot.
So is 100,000 not a lot to you?
To me, it's fine. To me, it's fine. But
Just
uh I'm a middle classer, so
okay.
that's it.
Okay. So how much money do you think a man should be making a year?
However much it takes to take care of the responsibilities that he needs to take care of.
Okay, so
I don't
what if he wants to be with you? How much does he need to make?
however much it makes to pay my bills.
That's what I'm asking. How much does a man need to make to be with you?
if I was making 80,000, I expect him to be making 90,000 at least, 85,000. Or
So a man needs to be
yeah,
making close to about
he,
100,000 to be with you, correct?
sure. I mean, because why would I date somebody that doesn't make the same amount as me or
Because it's
higher?
not okay. So you don't want majority of men because majority of men are not making 100,000, correct?
God, here we go.
I mean, I'm what? I'm
Um,
breaking it down by numbers.
no,
Okay.
because it doesn't matter about that. Like, it's not about the money specifically. Like, but is it too
Okay.
much to
Okay.
ask if I can make that much? That I can't find a man that makes the same amount or more.
I think there's the problem there. I think that's where women are trying to say, if I'm making this much money, I should be able to make a man that gets with this much amount, and it's not working. When you do that,
Yes,
you
it
automatically are.
is.
Oh, okay. Please tell me in the black community how that's working.
I don't know how. While you're talking about the black community, I'm talking about all communities. I
Okay,
don't
fine.
have to. I don't have
Okay.
me. I'm not
Please show
looking
it to
for
me
the
in
good
any
black
community
man.
where
I'm
that's
looking
working.
for a great man. I'm not looking for
Okay.
anybody in the black. I'm looking for a great man.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it doesn't matter about that.
Where are these? Okay. So if you're looking for a great man, you want someone to make the same amount of money that you're making. Do you
Okay,
think that
let
you
me put
think
it down
you
like
think
this.
you think you deserve to find that, correct?
I know I do, and I know that I have already found that. I'm actually look. I actually went on a date with this Indian guy, and he was telling me that he does. Let me see what his job was doing. Solar engineering. Let's see something. Let me just make sure. Oh, so he has a degree in mechanical engineering, and he designs solar panels. So
Okay.
he's and shit, he makes pretty good money. He definitely makes more than me. And he is just, it was really interesting to date him because I've never dated anybody other than black men. So I was really nervous. First of all, I fucked his name up. Like, because he wouldn't tell me how to pronounce it. He literally said, like, I'll just see how you pronounce it when you come. And he was really a handsome Indian man, like six
Wait,
feet.
do you not remember the name at all? A little bit.
No,
I'm
his
too
name is
curious.
his
I'm,
name is Avinash, but I pronounced it Avinash. So he was
okay.
like, yeah, he was like, it's Avinash. He said, like, it's funny that he wanted me to pronounce it wrong, basically, because he wouldn't tell me how to pronounce it. He's like, I'm really curious to see how you were gonna pronounce it. So so we went out. I've never been to this place. And it was just really interesting to just connect with somebody, like just on an intellectual realm. Like, we're talking about books we last read, how both of us have in common that we like paper books instead of audio books, stuff like that. And it was just really refreshing. And he just could not stop staring at me, and he was just kept saying how beautiful I was and how intelligent I was. Like, it was just making me blush. Like, oh my gosh, he was so sweet. And it's like, he's telling me he's interested. He's like, I know that you're not ready to get in a relationship that quick, but at least, let me date you, let me take you out, get to know you. Like, I think that you are really a great person. And he's just like, and you were just just complimenting me. It was just interesting. And I actually told him, I said, it's interesting in the black community. The black men are saying that they're the only ones that think black women are attractive and that black women are undesirable to other races. And he said, are they on drugs? He said, black women are so hot. He said, and this dude I'm talking about, he's New Delhi Indian. He was born in India. So I couldn't even believe that he was just so, it was just so wonderful how he was like talking about black women and how even though he was born there, and he's around Indian women. He's just like, he's dated other race. I think he said the only other interracial dating that he has had was with a Hispanic woman, a Mexican lady. And so I was like, well, I'm asking him about what does his family feel about him interracially dating and everything. And he's like, they're open to it. He said, I have before. They, enjoyed, they're okay with it. So it was interesting, to say the least. It was different. And I was so nervous. I didn't even want to go. Like, I just was so nervous. But, let me see. I cheated once. It's a lot to me from the ground looking up.
No, look, I don't knock anyone for not for dating
Not
interracially.
Alibaba.
I think that it's important to see how other races of people date, and I think in the Black community we forget. And I think a lot of times, even in men, we kind of date in a pattern. It probably gets boring. I think that I think a woman should see how Asian men seduce. I think a woman should see how Brazilian men seduce. I think a woman should see how white men try to seduce and see what's laughable, see what works. And the
I
same
don't date
for
white men. I don't date white men.
but
I'm not
you
attracted.
but see, this is the thing. I think you have the right to be seduced by one.
Oh my
So
God. Jason is not about that.
a white dude with money can
I don't
seduce
want them.
differently.
I don't want them.
You've never been has a white dude with money ever tried to shoot a shot at you?
Of course.
You
But
say
I'm not
wait.
into
What do you
white
mean? Of
men.
course, like
Of
not like
course.
not like.
Yes. White men definitely are attracted. I've actually been out
Okay,
with.
so why would you not even give a white dude a chance, but you would give an Indian dude a
I'm
chance?
not attracted to them. Can I have something? I want them to be attractive, at least something I can look at. And
Okay.
this Indian man, I might take a picture next time I see him, if I could, with him, because he is really handsome. It's interesting. He's tall. Even I've been attracted by Asian men, especially Korean men. Oh my gosh, they love Black women. He
Yeah.
always,
You do well in South Korea, for real. Yeah, they would wipe you up.
oh my God, Jason that is not the point. They're looking for more. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. But Black women don't
See,
even give them a chance.
I don't think they're looking for more. I think they just package it better. I really honestly think that a lot of the I think that they sell a different type of dream. All men are selling dreams. Let's get that. Trust me.
Of
A
course,
lot of us
all men are
are selling.
trash.
Yeah, no, all men are not trash.
Yes,
We
they
all
are.
sell dreams.
Some in some way.
No, we're not.
I don't
Not
care
all
what
men are.
race.
No, not all men are trash.
If you benefit from patriarchy, you're trash. Period.
I can't spell patriarchy. So I don't know what that even means. But I mean it. We're
Thank
not
you,
all
Miss
trash.
Blue Love. Thank you. Yeah, Indian man secretly like us.
Look,
Oh yeah.
look. If you deal with a man and just realize that to our core we're stupid, but we're like dogs. Like we just want to be happy. You can easily keep a man happy if
Why
you're
y'all
not
always?
so
But why
much.
do y'all always compare yourselves to animals though? Like, are you
Because
not?
human beings are mammals, and I think that women have made it way
Yes,
more
we're
complicated than it
human
has to be.
mammals. We're human mammals.
Okay, so we're still animals.
Oh God, no! I don't identify with animals.
You don't. Okay. Well, I am a cis animal. Okay, so I am a cis red native black animal.
My issue, I didn't want to convert to Islam. Oh, if he tells me that, I don't know. And that's the thing. Like, I'm just dating. Like, I'm not even making a commitment. Nobody's my man or anything. I'm just seeing what's out there. Like, and I live in
It's the
Arizona.
end of the world. Just no one's getting serious now. The world's ending. You keep your options open.
Yeah, it's nice. Pale pickles won't do. Hell no, I can't. I have nightmares about that. Like, oh man, I can't do it. Like, I tried, and like the men are sweet. Don't get me wrong, and there are some men with money, but just not I'm just not attracted to it. Like I might have crushes on them, but attraction, no, because it's true. Oh, okay. So also, I want to talk about this new dating app that I'm on. It's called Coffee Meets Bagel. So it's really interesting. It's kind of cute, and like you go on there and you talk to people, and that's where I met the Indian dude. But there's a lot of guys on here that are like Asian and Indian, everything. And man, they are just so fine. Well, I live in Arizona, so I can't speak for everybody's. But hey, Queen Mercy, how are you?
Queen Mercy coming in with the smoke detector.
But yeah, Coffee Meets Bagel. That's a really nice dating app. It's got like professional people on there, and you know, men with degrees and means, because you can see what their job is and stuff like that, and it's just really nice.
Wait. So Coffee and Bagels really vetting that much? Like they want to see what degree you have? You know we lie on those.
And that's fine. I will find out.
Okay,
You know,
just be a good liar. Got it. Okay.
yeah, if you're a good liar, yeah. No, it's called Coffee Meets Bagel. But yeah, that's
Is that
really
like a
cute.
Jewish? Is that like a Jewish black interracial dating? That's what it kind of sounds like.
It's not interracial dating. No.
Okay, Coffee Meets Bagel. That's what it
These
sounds
are just
like.
these are just the people that I'm attracted. Let's see. This one, his name is Johnny.
So who's the bagel? I'm assuming coffee is I'm just.
But I eat my bagel separate. Sounds fun, but I eat my bagel separate. You said what?
No, I've never heard this website. I'm have to, Coffee
No,
Meets Bagel.
it's a dating app. Coffee Meets Bagel.
Okay.
And shoot, you know, it's some nice people. You like fill out questions and stuff. And then they actually have COVID-19 to see if you have the vaccine now on a lot of these dating apps.
So are you dating people with the vaccine or not without the vaccine?
Without the vaccine.
Okay, you're dating non-vaccinated. Okay.
Yes. Those are people that
you want non-zombie dating. Got it. Okay.
I mean,
you want to bring in the old world into the new world. Okay. Got it.
She said, "Oh no." Unvaccinated people need love too.
Right? Have you seen the Vax That Thing Up video?
Oh God, I did see that train wreck. That's just where's the
It was beautiful. Had girls in the nurses' outfit twerking, of course, because you gotta have black nurses twerking because that's
of course, because that's all black women do of all professions, twerk.
and twerk and nurse. Nursing
right,
is
exactly. You can't separate the two.
You really can't. If there was no nursing, I don't know what we would be doing in our community.
But yeah, that's just funny, I think. But yeah, I think that black women should just keep their options open.
I think you're right. But just don't think that all men are.
No, nobody think. Listen, this is the thing. You have to vet all men. Period. It doesn't matter what race he is. Like, and I feel like this is the thing. We're actually more harder on other men than black men. And I know that's gonna be controversial because of you always think about the high value shit, but when we're talking about men of other races, we actually are harder as in terms of our expectations from them. And maybe it's because we see black men and we automatically think, well, he's dealing with white supremacy. He's dealing with this. He's dealing with racism and all of that. So we start to, loosen it. And that's why we have a whole thing about, the Pookies and Ray Rays getting a chance and all of that. Well, does anybody ever
But
think
then,
about
they shouldn't get a chance in the first place. There's a whole lot of
they shouldn't, right? But
people who get ignored because of the Pookies and Ray Rays, and there's a whole lot of men whose women cheat on them with the Pookies and Ray Rays, and there's a whole lot of men that even marry women and then they get divorced and the women leave them for Pookies and Ray Rays. The Pookies and Ray Rays have much power over a normal man's life.
yeah, we don't.
We
need
always
them.
have to worry about them because they are subconsciously a lot of black women's fantasies.
But
Especially if they're in the
where
hip
are
hop
y'all
community.
getting that? But where are you getting that evidence? Because what's interesting is what I notice about this is that men don't chase women that are interested in them. It's like they really do like the chase. Because even as I navigate these dating apps and I'm talking to these men and I tell them I'm not interested. So I might tell a white man, look, I'm not interested. And they'll be like, well, thank you for even giving me the chance or something like that. Something like that.
Well,
But then we might
going over my application.
if
you ever
right, right, exactly. Because I didn't feel like I wanted
opening next season, please consider contacting me. I will give you an update. Jesus, okay.
Okay, well that's what they say, okay? But then with black men, it's like, well, fuck you too, bitch. I don't. You ugly anyway. You fat anyway, or something, right? Like, it's always something hostile. But or it's the ones who just still won't leave me alone to the point where they keep messaging me every day. And I did it with this one guy. I told him I'm not interested. He said, stop playing or whatever, don't do that. And I said, I don't date or fuck black men. And he said, you're racist. And then he just sent me a thing talking about let's fuck. Like, what, are you crazy? Why do you want to keep messaging me?
Fuck the black love back into.
Yeah, like what
this
the
girl
fuck?
don't like black people. Let me go ahead and okay. He's just trying to win you back. That's all.
Exactly right.
He's one of
the
soldiers we sent out. Yes.
It's really strange.
We convert the black women back one woman at a time. We starting with the mulattoes. We coming for your whole clan. Too much. All your good hair and shampoos are ours. we gonna exfoliate.
Dose of black love.
Right.
Yeah. So at that point, I'm like, something is really wrong. Like, because for me, I just have been really moving away from black men. Like, I don't even want to date them. Like, Jason, I didn't even tell you. I think I said it in the beginning of the stream, but went out on a date with this black man. He's supposedly the good black man, whatever. And whatever, we talked on the phone the day we basically met. And so he's like, oh my gosh, I'm really feeling you. I'm going to delete the app or whatever. And I said, okay, cool. So then we get off the phone.
On the first
date? Right, yes. Yeah. So I was like, okay. So then we get off the phone, and then I had some messages on the app, so I checked them, and I was like, all right, nobody. So I just got off, and then right after, once I got off, he texted me talking about, oh, I guess I saw you on the app. I guess I wasn't good enough. So I was like, what the hell? That's weird. And his man is 37, so it's like, that's strange. So then I was like, well, Well, I don't just date one man at a time. So, are you scared of competition? I'm confused. Like, all I'm saying is that uh I just feel like I'm not gonna just commit to this one man just because you feeling me. I don't know you. This is just the first day, you know. So why should I be putting all my time into you? It saves less time when I date multiple men, see how everybody is, and then make my decision from there. So then he goes on to say,
You're supposed to lie to him. You are not
no,
a
I'm
good
very
liar.
upfront. I'm very upfront. No, I
No,
told him that.
see, you're supposed to be like, oh my God, that look, my phone just automatically logs in for some reason to the website. I gotta get that looked
Early
at.
commitments. And see,
That's what you're
that's
supposed
y'all
to say.
problem. That's y'all problem. Number one, that's not my man. Number two, he's not my husband at that.
Mm,
So why should
mm,
I
mm, mm.
sit here and put all my all into him, pretend like I'm all into him and there's nobody else? Like, no, you're gonna
Because
know. I'm
because
dating another man.
because that's what Jesus would do.
No, oh my God. No, who cares?
Okay, that's
No, I
that's
told him
how
up front.
that's
When
how
I
the
told it,
Bible says you're supposed to be courting. Okay,
look,
you
when I
date
told,
one
I
at a
don't.
time. You sit by the phone and you twiddle your fingers and you wait for him to call like a good woman.
No,
Okay,
no,
you make
I'm
sure
not
that your hair is
committed to
done
him.
when he calls. No
No,
bonnet on.
no,
Okay,
no.
no bonnet
Hey,
and
organic black. Jesus would have
and
been ducked off with Mary Madeline too.
yeah. You
No,
make sure he
I
can hear.
don't
You make
care.
sure he can hear dishes being washed in the background. Okay.
I don't care.
Look, okay,
No,
I'm gonna
he's
help
not
you out.
my
Okay, so
man.
I'm gonna get you a good man. Okay,
Jason,
you
I
just take
don't
my
want that
course.
man.
Okay,
If he cannot compete for me, I
The
don't
J
want
Lust dating course.
no, no.
You got the sound of dishes in the background washing all the time. We love to hear it.
Tapping
Okay,
those fishing too low. No, I don't care. I told the Indian man and he said, well, I'm gonna be the best man for you. I said, ooh, now that's sexy. That's what I like. Like he doesn't care. He's not threatened by those other men. Just the fact that he was threatening. And then you know what he told me, Jason? And I want you to hear this.
I hope you
He
used to the
told
smell
me,
of curry. That's all I'm gonna say.
well, listen, I don't eat that shit. So he better know I don't eat that shit. But he was like, see, this is the problem with black women like you. You're the reason why we're leaving the good black men. He put it all in caps and he said, the good black men are leaving you for white women because you're
Wait,
making
where are
us
you reading
compete.
that at? You making this up? Ain't nobody said that.
I'm gonna read it right now.
Ain't nobody got that kind of smoke for you. You just
Yes,
make.
he did. He told me that. I promise you.
Oh Lord, this is what's wrong. This is what's wrong with black women now.
Look, let me go to it. Let's see. Okay, hold on. So,
Now I ain't never seen a black woman. I ain't never seen a black woman take longer than 20 seconds to find some receipts. So I'm starting to think that you ain't. I'm starting to think
well,
you ain't
because
got it.
I text him off a texting app, and I don't think that they say. Let's see.
You text him on the texting app. What is the texting app?
Absolutely, absolutely, on my texting app.
Your
But I
text.
didn't know that
How
it doesn't
old are
say
you?
that.
You sound like my grandma. The texting app. What is the texting
No, like
app?
I downloaded a texting app like called Text Now, where it like hides your
Oh,
phone number and
okay.
stuff.
All right. I
Yeah,
thought you was.
people be crazy.
Okay,
Let
got
me
you. I
see.
thought you was just like the texting app. Like,
No,
what's wrong with this woman? Why is she speaking like on my phone
gourmet beef
dialer?
jerky. Yeah, it's actually a texting app. Okay, let me see if I can have it right here. Hold on. Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't see the reason
Okay,
why
I
you
think I
shouldn't be dating Latin men, Asian. Yeah, so hey, go for it.
Okay, let's see if I can find it. Hold on. I think it's
On the
coming up.
texting app. What state are you in?
Arizona.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got a date out. There's all the black dudes
Exactly.
there don't want you. So yeah, now black dudes in Arizona don't like
No,
black
we
women.
don't
So
want them. Okay,
oh,
this
okay,
is
whatever
coming up.
whatever
Yay,
makes
yay,
you feel
yay.
better, Miss waiting to exhale.
Okay, here we go. That's my movie now. I just watched that the other day.
I
Okay,
bet.
so
It really is good.
so look, here we go. So he said, "Good morning. Hope your day is good. Hope you have a good day with all your eggs spread out." Okay, wait. Let's see. Let me go
Wait, no, you
back.
gotta read it. You gotta read it like him. Hold up. Good morning. I hope
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
a good day with all your eggs spread out. You gotta read it like a man.
Okay, let's see. Hold on. All right. I gotta go back. So hold on. The way the app is set up, I gotta keep okay, here we
Spreading all
go.
being a heifer, spreading your eggs all willy-nilly. You got loose eggs.
All
Oh
right,
no.
let's see.
He
Okay,
gave you one of them
here we go.
grandpa insults.
All right, here we go. Okay. So he's like, "Good morning. Hope you have a great day today with all your eggs spread out. LOL." So I did the emoji. I said, "Is competition a problem?" He said, "You're funny." I said, "Not that I'm seriously talking to anyone, but you right now. But I don't believe in just settling for the first person. Is that a problem?" He said, "Okay, then do what you have to do. I don't compete with anyone." So I said, "Black men are really strange with that. My dad advised me not to put my eggs in one basket, date multiple men at one time, and pick the best one. The fact that so many black men are scared of competition is not normal. No problem, though. I hope you find what you're looking for because I will. Have a nice life. Bye." So he said, the actual fact that you use the nerve to date black men are scared. Oh, I'm sorry. The actual fact that you use the nerve, sorry, he really didn't type everything right. So I'm gonna say it how it's supposed to be said. The actual fact that you have the nerve to say black men are scared is come to find out that you always have something negative to say about black men. You said it all day yesterday and continue to say it today. Here, let me let you know a little secret. It's black women like you who don't appreciate a good black man and recognize it when they are in your face. And this is why black men go to white women. They know how to show true love. And for you to say your dad taught you to date multiple men, well, that's funny then and too bad. As a black man, I teach my daughters to date one person at a time. There is no rush into making a decision on that one guy. So take your time. And if he is right, then great. But if not, it's okay because he won't be the last guy. I teach them. Give your whole attention and effort because it's only fair. Fair for you to give that guy the same effort and whole attention. And that's what I live by. That's my goal. So let's be clear. I'm not scared of any competition. I know my worth. For you to even use the word competition shows you have a lot to learn. That should never be a word to describe dating
He
people.
typed a whole lot like a woman.
Oh, it's not over yet. Just wait. All
Oh,
I
no,
was
is
trying to
it
do.
halfway over? What is he trying to
Yes,
do? Like
yes,
the last?
halfway over.
Is this
Yeah.
like him saying he's
This is
having
all
his
him.
whole Mary J. Blige moment with you? You know that, right?
Yes,
Jesus.
that's what I'm saying. So look, he says, all I was trying to do was
And
give you the
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna shed no tears. 'Cause I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna. That's what he was bumping when he's texting all this. He was in his bag.
He was in his feelings, but wait, it's not even finished. So he said, all I was trying to do was give you the respect of my full attention so we could truly get to know each other. But I'm not tripping. So good luck finding a good black man or venture out to another as you spoke of yesterday.
Did he put black in all capitalized? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
So I
A good
said,
black.
well,
A good
yes.
black man. A good black man. You gotta say it like
Look,
him
so
on
I
stage. Black. A good black man.
Y'all, so this is what I typed to him because he is really strange, right? Lies, contradiction detected, a lot to learn, trash. Yeah, he's trying to be ageist and shit, sharing his world. I used to hate that song. Black. So I said, well, you're setting your daughters up for failure. My dad gave me great advice. And the thing is, um, he doesn't. I'm looking for a good black man. I mean, no, I said I'm looking for a good man. He doesn't have to be black. I just want a good, respectful man. I don't discriminate. I want any black man to go to white women. I don't give a fuck. I also have options to go to other races of men. More black men, excuse me, more non-black men for me. So he gonna say, I'm not setting no one up for failure. I raise mine as I feel the need, just as you raise yours. Maybe you forgot I'm way older than you. You have been grown for 8 years. 8 years ago, I was about to be 30. And that advice
Wait a
works
minute.
for
How?
you.
Wait. How old was this? Wait. So this dude's over 50.
No, he's, hey Jedi Mike, how have you been? Hilarious, yes.
Oh, you over here? You
No,
trying to get you
he's
trying to get that
38.
Social Security
No, he's
money?
38 actually. He's 38 actually.
Okay.
Because he said 8 years ago I was about to be 30. Because he's 38. So he said that advice worked for you, then great. Good for you and him. I don't downfall anyone. I don't down anyone on how they raise their kids or how they were raised. So don't do it over here. But hey, you said bye, so there it is. So there it is.
Y'all
And
really playing who's gonna have the last word game? Like
right,
this men ain't
right.
supposed to do this. He's supposed to be
Look,
all right, all right.
so then I said, LOL. So then he said, so you mad at me? I said, no. I just want you to know that the old days are over. This is a new day. Men definitely have a lot of options. Of course, in the black community, I can't compete where I can't compare. But I don't think like the women in my family from past generation. I prioritize my peace, happiness, and worth. There are too many men to chase after a man. So threatening that good black man over here, and I put that in quotes, to the white women or non-black women doesn't scare me. I want them to go. More Asian, Hispanic, Indian men for me. I'm the prize. By the way, we don't. And so I was just like, by the way, I just hate when people use that as an excuse. So then he said, nice speech. And I just stopped talking to him because
Oh, so when's the next
that,
date?
no, we're not
You
dating.
gotta
No.
you have to have another date
He
now too.
called me on the phone and he was getting on my nerves and I just hung up on him and never answered the phone again.
Okay, so he sounds like husband material. So you
No,
need to
oh
call
my
him.
God, are you
Now,
are you
look.
serious?
Just hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. So
No,
what you got to
I'm
do is
not.
you have to call him right now live call him live while we're on the stream, right? And just say hello. Just be like, hey, how you doing? I'm thinking
No,
about you.
no. Oh
What?
hell no! I don't chase men at
I'm just
all.
being evil. You just
No.
look. I think it's a good idea. Hear me out. Because if you call him, you can get his perspective. You know about why some of these questions you have for your stream. I think you should just ask him and don't
What
waste.
questions do I have? I told him what I need to tell him. I don't care about good black men.
But he
They're
hasn't
scared
told
out here.
you about he hasn't told you about yourself. And I mean,
He
how
don't need to
often does
tell me anything. He don't tell me anything. I'm a woman, so he can't tell me anything.
you forgot to you got to roar every time you do you got to say like I'm a woman, you got to roar after that, you
I'm a
forgot the
woman. Hear
rules.
me, world. Shit. I'm a
Yeah.
phenomenal woman. What? Like,
Is
no,
that
I'm done.
I do need to ask, can you please just tell black women that there's other people who have done poetry, and every time that a black woman gets on stage in college when it's like I'm gonna read a poem, it's always phenomenal woman. And
What do you
I
mean?
need
That's
black
a
women to realize there's
classic.
other poets,
Of course.
but there's is that
Of
the
course.
one? Is that the only poem that y'all really know? I think it is.
Oh my God. Look, we got a poet on the panel right now. Queen Mercy is a poet. There you go. We know another poet.
She a poet. She a poet, but she can't spell.
Whatever. That's autocorrect. Thank
She a real.
you.
Hey, it's okay. I spell poet like that too, so I can't front.
Phenomenal woman is the best. Right, shut up. Phenomenal woman is a great poem. Like, why?
Look,
What's
it's so
wrong
bad.
with
Her spell check don't even try to. Her spell check gave up on her. It's like she don't listen. I be trying to tell her it's spelled this way. She don't listen to me. Her spell check gave up on her.
Yeah, this is my favorite poem. Pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not
It's
cute
the curve
or
of
built.
my back. It's the swivel of my
Oh my
spine.
God!
It's
So
the
now
curl
you know
of my
about her.
hair. It's the
Do you
intricacies
know?
of my mind. I am a phenomenal woman. Respect my mind, like Lil Wayne said. I am phenomenally
Look,
what.
Tupac was a poet. He was a poet. He was a poet. So,
Come on,
there we go.
we gotta do Phenomenal Woman 2021. You come on, you got the next bars.
Oh my God!
We
Yes,
gotta
we're
do an update.
educated. Yes, we're capable. Yes, we're the 80%
My
breadwinners in the
Haagen-Dazs
black
ice cream is in my lap cold.
Oh
I
God,
have my hair wrapped
that sounds
fine
like
with my
Bridget
souls of
Jones.
old. My candles are burning, oh, flickering in flame. The incense are stinking.
Jason, oh my God!
Like,
But
yeah,
yeah,
we gotta
as you
we
can
gotta do a
see,
pandemic phenomenal woman.
can't go. It's too expensive to go outside now that outside has opened up.
The Amazon man is at my door throbbing.
I
You
hope
got it
they
right
don't
here.
shut down on my birthday. Worse than the STD, worse than the lane. So yeah, this is this is crazy. But yeah, these black men that I just run into are just interesting. But this is just the emotion for me, like to always put in my face, like, oh, at any moment I can go to the white woman, like, bye. Please don't denounce your a leave of absence. Just get out. I don't care. I don't
You need to
want you
find
there.
black people who spend time with the natives in Arizona. I think you're finding the black people who went to Arizona who are kind of like thinking like they got the corporate job. Like you need
Like,
to find the poor black people. you need to
hell
find them.
no. Hell no,
I'm just
because
look.
the men that have good careers and all that,
Well,
they're the
if you
ones
want a man
talking
that's making
about.
$100,000 a year, he's gonna be an
Oh
asshole. I
my
don't know what to tell you.
God, that
You
is
want
not
a humble, down to earth man who's making $100,000 a year. Like, come on. I want a quiet sister with a fat ass who doesn't get like looked at. Like, I can't ask for
Oh
that.
my
Like,
God. Oh God, what is the problem with y'all? That's all y'all want. And then you wonder why you
all
have
you want is a man with $100,000 a year, right?
no, I never said that.
I
You
want
put
some
the money
pancake.
value on it. I want a man that's
I
consistent.
bet you I get what
I
I
want a
want
man
easier than you do.
I don't care. And that's the problem. Y'all want us to settle for any piece of man, and I'm not doing that.
I'm not settling for it. I just keep my goals very obtainable.
No, I'm not doing that. If
Oh,
somebody
okay.
doesn't meet, I
Okay.
don't think it's too much to ask for a man that makes the same amount as me
I'm
or
literally
more.
telling you that the majority of men don't make that kind of money.
In the
You're
black
saying I don't think it's too
community,
much to
yes.
ask for.
In the black community, absolutely, I
No, in
agree
any
with you.
communities, most men are not making 100,000 in any community.
Let me read the comments real quick. Jedi Mike says, I am the hope of the slave. I don't work for free. Somebody better find my damn check, or you will find a phenomenal woman who will beat you phenomenally, my angel. That's the truth. That's the truth. My ex made 110,000 and was a total asshole, a handsome asshole. LOL. Exactly. And if he was black, these men think that they the damn prize. They think that they the unicorn. It's like, bye. I don't need you. Jedi, get on. If you have time, like 10 minutes. Please tell me he's trolling. Unfortunately, Organic Black, he is not. Jason is saying what he really believes. In the black community, yes, that's correct. It's very unattainable to find somebody who's making 80,000, maybe even 70,000, whatever. But
The average is 40,000.
right, exactly. So that's weird. They are stuffing the money in the bed. If they even have the floors are on the mattress.
It's in the shoebox. You know that.
The floor is on the mattress, so they are stuffing it in the mattress. They putting it in the shoebox. They putting it in a 10-year-old Jordans, shit like that. They are, but definitely, that's so funny. He is very funny and has a nice charm. He's all right. He's all right, guy. Wow, you right. How you gonna put money? How you gonna put money down when it's on the floor? Aluminum cans in the ground, LOL, mason jars if they are fancy, right? Old fancy.
I gotta ask you though, why this picture? This black dude looks like he is in the arms of an angel. Like I don't know why you picked this picture.
This is the article that I put up when I was reading Peter Pan syndrome, when people just can't grow
Oh my
up.
god, that is the worst picture ever. Like that old white dude's just he and the black dude just like what is he reading this Christmas list to him? What the hell's going on here? What story is he telling? And like he's telling him how I adopted him. Like what is he? What is he telling him? Dude is completely in love. Like what the? And white dude's just like just this is what I do. Like he looks like a gay. He looks like a player. And I think black dude's getting finessed. I'm just thinking black dude about to sign over something that he shouldn't be signing over. That's all I'm saying. He is. Look at he got all his dimples
I
showing.
could be the woman I always wanted to be. Jedi.
I ain't never seen a black man that happy in life ever. He is the happiest Negro ever. Have you ever been? Has a black man ever been with you and smiled that much?
We're good, like, Jedi. Thank you for joining.
That is he giving him some white love that we can't compete.
White guy.
He like, look. Real talk. He's like, I showed him the other side. Shit, I gave him some of this quiche. He didn't have some of this couscous. Oh no, it's over. His credit all right.
He never go back to it.
It was at this moment when he knew he fucked up.
Look how happy bro is though. Like really, look at him. Like, can you zoom in on the black man's face? I don't know if
he's imagining a white Christmas.
Zoom in more. Zoom more. Like CSI. More. Look at him. Look at that happiness.
Ebony and ivory.
Man, he got a whole flat top from Different World too. Like, how old is this picture?
Living together in perfect harmony.
Like, look, he about to put his hand right on the top of his flat top in a few seconds and make this picture look real nasty. Like he still talking.
Okay. This is a whole construction site. Fuck the foundation. Damn, Scott.
Look, you know he's looking at another black dude outside. Dude. He's looking at the man. He's looking at the dude doing
God.
Right now.
Shit.
He being a player. He's like, hey, you can get some of this too, you know.
Yeah.
He ain't looking faithful. That's all I'm saying. That ain't a faithful look.
Is this Jedi After Dark?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Got
Gonna line
Jedi.
up
I
like
like
that.
it. I like it.
I should do this more often. I just, yeah.
Hi,
You look,
Alexander.
I'm sorry. You got to make this into this has to be a T-shirt. I have never seen. This is the agenda this is the gay agenda that was like. This
But
is it right
can
here.
we just talk
Black
about
man, if you
how
want real happiness, just
the white savior?
you ain't gotta be a thug no more. You
Y'all
just put
remember
on a
that show?
I finally found
tight
Jesus.
shirt,
You know why? Is Jesus a black
come to
man?
Zach.
No. He's always on time.
Y'all remember that show, The White Shadow? That reminded me.
Yeah.
The McStuffins in the arms of an angel.
Hey, you want to sponsor Broke Black Man for $20? It's okay. I should just sponsor for 10 cents. That's more than enough.
Man,
Oh, God.
look, don't you look at his
Make sure you
happiness.
call
That is
1-800
smile,
dumbass, okay?
Hey,
Oh my God.
don't let him live his best life, okay?
We are. What you mean?
He is-
Somebody
Look at him.
get him.
Look at that face. He ain't smiled like that since he was a child.
No, the guy is like, this is life with no lube, man. He's like, this is what it's like with no lube. Minus the lidocaine.
No lube love. Oh my God. I'm done. No lube love. Man, that's a horror. That's featuring Little Nas X. No lube love.
Just can't slide through the shit.
Oh my God. He couldn't. Now I'm upset. Now I kind of wish he at least got another black dude to be in this picture. Like I feel some kind of way with being a white guy. Like I don't know.
Why?
I wouldn't feel like it's just. This picture is the worst picture ever. It really
I thought you guys would like it. What do you think about the topic?
The more I look at it, the more it's just good God, this is horrible.
No, it's chestnuts roasting by the open fire.
Listen, they should honestly, yeah, right.
Oh,
they
the
honestly
chestnuts is roasted
make a
for real.
t-shirt, give to them, say, yes, bitch. Yes. Yes.
No, but how old is this picture though? Let's be honest. Like, is it from
Let's
the
see.
2000s?
I don't know. You could check the plaid, maybe. I don't know. Do they still wear that anymore?
I'm looking at the flat top. Well, no,
looking at the haircut.
That's new stuff around.
Looking at the haircut, it has to be 2010.
He's just out of style. This was made in 2020. So
I want to see the other photos. Like which photos weren't picked? God,
sorry, Taddy. You say you had a question. You asked me a question.
Yeah. What do you think about the black men have Peter Pan syndrome?
Hold on one second.
So let me clarify what the Peter. I just hopped on this. What was the Peter Pan syndrome again?
Yeah, of course.
It's basically a grown boy in a man's body.
Right.
Yeah, that's basically I think that's basically that's what it is. I just think that the fact that we all have that thing of inner child, but in us, they all that cliche thing, but at the same time, when it comes to when shit hits the fan, where's the man to actually lead? If there's no child there, then guess what happens? You're gone. So, but yeah, I think that this topic was something very interesting. Is one thing that was kind of one of the topics I'm like working on amongst the others about like my busy schedule and everything. But I think it's also you have to remind like wherever they started as a young boys, usually like we start as people, just as people in general, men or women, whatever, that we tend to stop developing close to our nearest trauma. And a lot of Black people are traumatized, as children. So you might be physically, in your 30s, but you're mentally 7, or, depending on terms of abuse or wherever you might be. So I think that kind of goes to the case of how that might happen. However, one thing I'm working on is a video talking about how, it's not working on a film. Have you ever seen a Good Will Hunting with Robin Williams, Matt Damon? I know you've
heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
So basically, there's an infamous scene where Robin Williams is a therapist and Matt Damon, he's like a smart dude, whatever, but he's always getting himself into trouble and stuff. But basically, you find he's like a foster child, whatever, and he's always getting into fights and everything like that. But he's really smart. But there's this scene that's basically been popular in movie history where he's in therapy and Robin Williams kept saying, it's not your fault, it's not your fault, and then he starts to break down and cry. But the whole thing, my point is, the video I'm making says not your fault, but is your responsibility. We can't choose our situation we born ourselves into, men, women, whatever. Right. However, it's our responsibility to, whether to heal through trauma, do the work to do development ourselves to a way that we won't able to affect someone else we might be in relation with, not just, in terms with especially as men to women, but also the children. We're just passing trauma to the next person. So I'm saying it might not be your fault how it happened to you, but it's your responsibility in terms of direction you might be going. So
yes, exactly. Jedi Mike, you are always awesome. Please, guys, subscribe to his channel. It's right here on the screen. Jedi Mike 7. Yeah, that's interesting because as we were exploring the symptoms of Peter Pan syndrome, I'm going to read them again just to have a little refresher. Peter Pan syndrome, men who never grow up. Now, it can affect any people of any gender or culture, by the way. So I just want to just say that. So, signs in a relationship that somebody has Peter Pan syndrome. They may let you plan activities and make big decisions, neglect household chores and childcare responsibilities, prefer to live for today and show little interest in making long-term plans, show signs of emotional unavailability, such as not wanting to label or define relationships, spend money unwisely and have other trouble with personal finances, consistently avoid addressing relationship issues in productive ways. For work-related signs, people with Peter Pan syndrome also tend to struggle with job and career goals. They may have a pattern of job loss due to lack of effort, tardiness, or skipping work, make little effort to find a job, leave jobs frequently when they feel bored, challenged, or stressed, only take part-time work, and have no interest in pursuing promotion opportunities, move from field to field without spending time developing skills in any particular area. In some cases, the issue can also show up in the form of unrealistic goals, such as dreams of becoming a pro athlete or landing a record deal. Now, people who have Peter Pan have these attitude, mood, and behavioral signs. People with Peter Pan syndrome may seem a little helpless. You might have a great general impression they can't get it together. Notice things like a pattern of unreliability and flaking out, emotional outbursts when facing stressful situations, a tendency to make excuses and blame others when things go wrong, little or no interest in personal growth, expectation of being taken care of, fear of negative evaluation, a pattern of substance use, often with a goal of escaping difficult feelings or responsibility, a desire to keep their options open instead of making concrete plans. And then they also may have narcissism, meaning they fail to accept accountability, blame others for their failures, prioritize personal desires over others' needs, fear criticism, or conflict with narcissism. However, devaluation of others and a lack of empathy tend to accompany these behaviors. Now, narcissism and Peter Pan syndrome, it says people with Peter Pan syndrome may arrive at those same feelings through a different route. of narcissism. So it says he goes on to explain with a few personal accomplishments to show others they may face disrespect and dismissal. Eventually, these experiences can play into feelings of low self-worth and failure, which some people may try to manage by doubling down on things like sensation seeking and avoiding challenges. And I just want to put this extra layer. There is a Wendy syndrome too. So the research focused on, let's see. So he did focus his research on the males, but he did identify a counterpart in females known as the Wendy syndrome in reference to Peter Pan's female companion. Much like in the story, females in this role often enable the Peter Pan in their lives, often without realizing it. They might do this by making decisions for them, tidying up their messes, and offering one-sided emotional support. So, with all that, what do you think?
Are you asking me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. I kind of see the things that you talk about goes to narcissism. That's one thing. A recent video that or stream I did, kind of breaking that down, and right, because it's talking about deflection, especially in children. You kind of see that in a way they don't know better, but in that very adolescent age. But I think in terms of how cognitively how that affects the brain over time when that's not being addressed, it's going to basically come to a point of, I won't say self-loathing, but it basically comes to a point of like I said, lack of ambition, which we say that that man without ambition is a lost man. That's one thing I always consistently say. And now, not saying in terms of, well, you got to be in terms of this, quote, like high value state in your life, but just in terms of you consistently improving in terms of like the version, you have basically you're the person you need to beat every single day, the version of you yesterday. And as you continually do that, then basically you will be competitive in the market or competitive in the world against people that, and that's the thing though. I think that pride, ego, that's the thing that kind of kills and destroys all of this. Especially like, you look at, like I said, character Peter Pan and everything, like he's all about adventure and everything like that. But at the same time, he's always in his comfort zone. He's on the island, Neverland. And in this fantasy, he never leaves. Right? So you're talking about this is like what reality is to most is a lot of men, especially a lot of us black men. Like, are we staying in this comfort zone or this false reality that we basically created and put ourselves into? Or, are we just basically afraid of actually taking the leap of faith of going out there and being competitive and actually growing up? Because growing up means that you're going to have to take accountability for your actions. But the question is, are they willing to accept that? Man, I say most no.
That's exactly what I was saying. It's about the fear, like all I ever hear from them is like, well, what if, like, what if I fail? What if this happened? It's like, but you never go out and try. At least you don't want to try. What if we said that for everything? Like, what if we just decided that, what if Nat Turner, for example, let's bring up a history point. What if he just decided, I'm not even going to try? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think they got killed or whatever, but what if he just decided, what if Harriet Tubman, perfect example, what if she just said, I won't even try? Well, what if the dogs get me? What if I can't? What if I don't do this? Where will we be? You know what I'm saying? So why can't, and even when I'm talking about these symptoms and I'm reading them off, it's like they get so defensive because I did a room on Clubhouse, and that's what this whole thing is about, called Black Men Have Peter Pan Syndrome. First of all, they didn't even know what Peter Pan Syndrome was. They automatically got defensive when they got in the room. Like, oh, we don't have Peter Pan Syndrome. You're wrong. But it's like, okay, well, what's Peter Pan Syndrome? Well, I don't know. So then how do you know you don't have it? Like, I'm confused.
Like I said, I think is I have this rule for myself in terms of like, I don't know whether my dad, me and him basically came up with this, but it talk about there's 3 types of people in the world that I basically categorize, right? I think when you think in the setting of a room, there's a one person in the room that listens, right? They are knowing when to receive information, when knowing when to stop speaking, and just know where to listen and to receive wisdom, knowledge, whatever, so they can be better, right? And then there's the other person who thinks they're the smartest person in the room, and then there's the ones who are. So it's like the person who thinks they're the smartest person in the room, you can't tell them nothing. They immediately think that I have all the answers and anything like that. And also they lack self-awareness, because anything to order you to be totally smart, you also have to be self-aware. Not just books. Just you being book smart doesn't mean you're basically full of wisdom, right? But
Exactly.
but then the ones who are the smartest people in the room are the ones who not only did the work to realize, so, you know what, I'm actually going to do research, actually check my ego out the door, and actually to receive wisdom and knowledge, and that's to the point that now I know better so that I can be better. And you have to understand that the person who was the smartest person in the room, where did he start it? He started from the person who was listening. And a lot of us, man, we don't listen to the people that are not trying to inform us know how to be better or where we can be in the wrong, that immediately get defensive instead of saying, thank you for telling me where I'm wrong so I can be better.
Right.
And obviously there's some people who go about it the wrong way, obviously, but at the same time, when I don't say as men, but it's been like being really emotional when it comes to this thing, but in terms of us having personal development should not be, feeling conviction is not really a bad thing, especially, you feel where you hear someone saying, talking about wrong things about, what is to be a black man, and you feel convicted, and then you're thinking, oh, that's wrong, because you're thinking you're convicted because you think it's you, or it might be some of the traits you might be exhibiting. And if anything, you feel convicted, at least you're like, oh, maybe I'm doing that. Okay, now I can change. Instead of saying, oh, no, they're wrong. You're this, you're that, and that, blah, blah, blah. It just, like I said, just pure deflection. And basically, I would rather stay in the complacent, degenerate bubble that I created, or false reality, i.e. Neverland, in order for me to step out, and actually be a man.
Yes, that's the perfect analogy. Thank you, Mike. That is perfect. Yeah, and to me, like when I'm talking to these men and they're just, in fact, what's so crazy is that after I did that room on Clubhouse, there was actually a man who usually comes in my rooms and he disagrees with me on everything. It doesn't matter what I say, he disagrees. He actually messaged me in the back channels. That's what they call the DMs or whatever on Clubhouse. And he messaged me like, you know what? I can't even disagree with what you're saying. You're absolutely right about everything. I couldn't believe he said that. He did say that before he left the room. Like, you know what? I can't even argue. You right. When you're reading off what Peter Pan syndrome is, I agree with it, everything. So, it's weird because when we're talking about the Wendy syndrome, we're talking about these mammies. We're talking about the mammies and the pygmies, and a lot of these older women who are enabling this Peter Pan syndrome. They're letting these, making excuses for these men and their behavior. I have so many mammies coming on there defending degenerate behavior. I even just seen on Twitter where Jedi Mike 7 would be a good husband full of wisdom. Yes, he will. Definitely. So I'm on Twitter and this woman was talking about how Aaliyah knew what she was doing. She was 15. She was old enough to know that was a grown man, so she shouldn't have been with him. So I'm not going to stick up for her, basically. And this was a woman saying that. I mean, you're talking about a child at that. I just really don't understand that. Go ahead.
Well, listen, like, look at that. I remember I did a review about The Color Purple, right?
Yes.
Like, whether you say it was abuse, also you can say abuse can be toxic and contagious, just as abusive ideologies, right? So, for example, Whoopi Goldberg's character, when she was younger, not only that she was sexually abused, she was getting beaten, right? But then with Harpo, when Oprah Winfrey's character, when she was acting, I guess, not, I guess you call the submissive woman or whatever to Harpo, whatever, and Harpo having having a horrible time, trying to, manage his wife, whatever, and then he said, "What I should do," and then Whoopi, she was the one who said, "Beat her." She was the one that said beat her. So that's the whole thing, is like when you have this type of ideology be passed down because they are also subjugated within it, then it's like that's what happens. It's the same thing what I say talk about with in terms of black men, in terms of like when they keep blaming talking about the white man or white supremacy that's keeping us down. It's like, no, we're actually come to a point that most of us are doing their work for them to the point they don't have to get out the seat.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying is like this type of ideologies kind of get passed down, and it also doesn't discriminate by gender. And like I said, some women might have this as well. So I just think it's to be mindful, just talking about was actually having a productive conversation, but also knowing that in order for you to learn and have wisdom and to be better in terms of this culture, we must unlearn what we have learned, or basically unlearn what we have normalized.
Yes, I agree. I was just talking to somebody about how if we don't go outside the black community, everything that goes on in the black community, we would think that was normal. A lot of the shit that goes on is not normal. I was just telling them earlier in the stream, I don't know if it recorded or not, but I'm going to just say it again. The fact that I'm on Clubhouse and I have men saying they're 40 years old and they have they don't see any problem with them being 40 years old, pursuing and trying to date an 18-year-old young woman. And their excuses because it's legal. Personally, I think that that's disturbing. I just would not want my child being with a 40-year-old man. And so then I made another room like, well, shit, if you think that that's okay, do you think it, and I said, I think the room was titled, so are you going to fuck a pig because it's legal? There's literally states that legalize you having sex with farm animals. So since you follow all the laws, then are you going to do that? To me, it's even crazy just to hear these men talk. Like, and again, I'm having women come on the platform with me and say, I don't see anything wrong with them dating 18 because it's legal and she's old enough. Well, did you feel old enough at 18?
Well, listen, I'll tell you, even this ain't in college right now. 'Cause I'm in my last year right now, or at least I'm from undergrad, and we got this is the first week of classes, and you see a bunch of freshmen here. If you can see the type of women that come on campus, I'll be telling you, like, I don't care who you are in terms of age as a man, you have to blink twice to think, wait, how old is she? Like for a few of them, some of them look like they're in damn middle school, and some of them look 30 years old. I'm like, I don't know, it's just because of makeup and all this stuff that we're in right now. Because back in the day, 18-year-olds look like 18-year-olds. 14-year-olds look like 14-year-olds. But now it's just like, lines are kind of getting blended because of makeup and everything, but still is no excuse. Like the freshmen I'm meeting today, they were born in 2003.
Yeah.
2003.
God.
Now I'm just like, damn. I'm just like, and I'm just like thinking, okay, like, well, if they're the prime candidates, these type of men saying that they want, I'm just like, listen, then it's like, what type of person you actually want in terms of relationship? You might, like I said, we're in this type of grownish age. We're not grown, we're grownish. But these are the most kind of like developing years in terms of any person, man or woman's life, to person develop who they are as a person. Yes, there are people who get married at this age and try to find relationship and stuff, but some of them are not ready, and some of them not even in terms of the actual mental capacity, to actually fully cook themselves. I give this analogy, right? Because the exterior looks great, right? We know we can be physically fit and everything, dressed nice, might got things going for herself, but interior in terms of character, morals, values, also mentality in terms of what you I've asked this question whatever if I'm on a date with somebody, whatever, I ask them like, 'cause I'm not trying to date to just screw around. Like I'm not like dating with intention of marriage, right? So
Right.
I ask this question like, what's your why? Like why do you do what you do? Like why do you get up every morning? Like what's your purpose, basically? And even though it's a provoking question, it leads into a conversation that that requires at least the person that I want to be in a relationship to think. And a lot of these dudes, they don't care what the girls in a relationship would think or whatever like that. They should be seen, not heard. That's what their mentality is, right? But I have this analogy of talking about like you ever have like food, where you're cooking food. So like let's say you're cooking chicken, right? Right.
Yeah.
Whether you have the burner on and everything, you have nice seasonings and stuff, pan sear, all that stuff, right? Now the exterior is all good, right? Now and then everything's all good, it might look like it might be burnt or something like that. But once you cut into it, you look at it and it's raw. Now, and the exterior of it looks good, but guess what? You eat raw chicken, it's deadly, right? So the same thing as you in terms of bringing in terms of a toxic person or an undeveloped person into your life, and when you bring that into your life, it can potentially kill you in terms of people you have in your life that are wrong, that might have they're not fully developed in themselves or even know who they are individually. And I'm saying that um wait, is my connection bad?
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, okay. Jason is saying it's bad.
I think my mic was loose. Maybe.
Yeah, because I can hear you better.
1 second.
It say they actually think those women want them, but we keep telling them they don't. They don't listen. At 18, a 52-year-old man tried to keep me, shaking my head. Yeah. It's breaking up a little bit. Oh, it has some echo sound, and yeah, you're in the matrix. Okay, Jason says kill the echo a bit.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what's up with that.
We'll go ahead.
But yeah, that's what I was talking about is that is it still there?
Oh,
Is it still there?
They said there's an echo. I don't hear
I don't
that.
have another screen. I don't know. All right, better now or no?
Sounds good to me, so I don't know. What do you guys think? Is there still echo?
Okay, that might be a little bit better. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, but that's what it is. Just Okay, he's saying it's worse. Oh, okay. All right. 1 sec. All right, 1 second.
He said, no, look like just keep swimming.
All right, we good now?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. But yeah, that's the analogy was just that when you keeping people in your life, they can potentially kill you. Regardless of like terms of like I said, when you're eating raw meat, I don't care what the exterior is, if it's cooked, the skin's all good and everything, tender, all seasoned, everything. The exterior, if it's raw, it can kill you. And it's the same thing with people. And I'm just saying just that when you have undeveloped people in your life to potentially that they can lead to harm you in your life, harm your mentality, harm your goals and ambitions. Like, well, this is one thing I do believe is that don't tell everyone your goals and admirations. And exorcism.
Like, I don't know what. Are you guys on a cell phone? Because it sounds good to me. No lie. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Exorcism. I rebuke
Oh, Alexander said it's okay for him.
an exorcism. Man, cast this demon out. Name Jesus at 3:00 in the morning. Yeah.
I've heard it over here.
That thing was talking.
Oh, are you watching YouTube, man?
No, I'm not. No, I have it all out. Okay. 1 second.
Because they said there's echoes.
All right, is this better?
Sounds good to me, so I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
Better?
Okay, so Queen is on her computer.
This professor teaching the cave.
Jedi Mike, he's young, but he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, listen, and I apologize to some of y'all. Like, I've been like the past 2 weeks, I've been busy because I have like I just got promoted to manager of one of my jobs, right? So I've been teaching.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I've been like training new people coming in like this past 2 weeks. So the whole week we're in training. I wasn't able to make any terms of content and streams, and I want to try to be consistent with my schedule, my work schedule and school schedule and stuff like that. But yeah, because even then it's about priorities, and two, it's just that I still want to be consistent in terms of what I'm doing, and hopefully I am. But that's the thing. It's like consistently I'm seeing this. I'm planning on doing another live. I think probably Sunday. Depending, I'm talking to Jonathan right now because me and Jonathan, we're talking about doing something. Talking about this whole situation with Fresh and Fit. Because as you've been seeing, is that this whole and it's like this recent live stream that they did was talking about this Q&A, basically giving all their skeletons in the closet, and what you found out is about the Godfather that they've been hanging on his balls for so long. The fact they have not, he has not called them for like in months or whatever, and basically they used their platform to basically get his most viral moments of him roasting these women. And then when they called him, it's like, listen, I text Kevin, and I feel incredibly hurt saying this, bro. They show the receipts, they show the text message, and it's almost like, almost like when you try to text to a girl, she doesn't call you back. That's basically what happened, And so it's just like, like I said, the pride comes amongst the fall, and the fall is coming. You're consistently seeing it. O'Shea, Duke Jackson, whatever his name is, like he's denouncing them and stuff like that. And you're seeing this. It's like everyone's now just this civil war, basically in this manosphere. And like I said, it is based in integrity, and like his sand's gonna crumble, like it's happening, So, and I'm just like thinking, like, is like how. I was trying to talk to Jonathan, how are we going to address how men can handle conflict, because conflict can come to you. I don't care how developed you are, if you're high value, whatever, conflict is coming, right?
Yes. Well,
and
can I ask you guys a question? Because I've been busy just like you, Jedi, so it's difficult for me to keep up with Jonathan's streams, and they're very long. But what's going on with the Nihilist thing and Taz? Because what's interesting is the people that I'm looking at on like the divestment sector of YouTube, they are like throwing hints at him, like, oh, he's black women are being used by him. He's a former manosphere, and he's pimping them, and like they're saying all this stuff, but like, where's the proof? Okay, Queen Mercy,
yeah. Because I have no, I try to stay out of that drama, so I'm not really very aware of that. So please help me out.
Okay, I'm gonna speak a little bit about it. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, it's kind of like a delay or lag, so it's probably not Jedi's fault. Okay, so there was a stream that Jonathan had. I can't remember what particular stream it was. But this sounds horrible. I'm sorry.
Hey, Taddy, can you mute
Um,
yourself?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, can you?
okay, that's much better.
Yeah,
Oh
there
yeah,
you go.
yes.
There you
There,
go.
thank God. Okay, so that's good. So there was a particular stream that this is where all the hoorah, because I watch everything. There was subscribers on Taz's channel. I'm not a subscriber of Taz. I'm not a subscriber of Nyla either. I just hear about her through Cynthia G's channel, and they were suggesting that Jonathan collapse with Taz or Taz collapse with Jonathan without the consent of either content creator. So Taz wanted to therefore go and investigate who Jonathan was, what he's about, because he claims that he's been on a YouTube sector for years and he challenges men to see their true intentions towards Black women. So that's what his goal was when he entered the chat. However, we all know that Jonathan has a flow of his show always. It doesn't matter who the guest is.
Mhm.
And in the chat, Taz's approach, he brought it kind of felt like a guerrilla warfare attack, to be honest, because
Yeah.
I'm a psychic medium, so I can feel energies. So I didn't even know who this guy was, but I saw a silverback gorilla coming through and bumping heads, and he brought goons with him, and I was like, I'm about to throw up, or these monkeys about to have diarrhea all over the place. That's all I saw, and what was crazy is that in the chat it was a lot of back and forth. Like he wanted to dominate Jonathan's show right then and there in the comment section. Now, if someone was to do that on his channel, he wouldn't have that. He wouldn't have it, not one bit. So he
Mhm.
in the chat he wanted answers from subscribers, and he wanted Jonathan to answer him in the chat. Then he asked to join the panel, and he wanted to completely disrupt the flow of the channel. And there was a guy that was it was a guy before Taz that asked Jonathan a question about his past with the Manosphere, and he answered that guy. But we all know the show constantly turns, it constantly changes. And there was a guy that was he had opposing views, and he was willing to listen, and he was saying things like how an educated Black woman doesn't take the time to educate a uneducated Black male. And that's when I got mad, because my skin was
Yeah,
burning
he
and
was speaking
everything.
out of his ass on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's when I jumped on, and I actually cursed for the first time on air, so of course I remember that. But so that's what happened, and Taz wanted to change the subject with his confrontation with Jonathan. But at that particular moment, that guy who Jonathan was talking to, he was getting a breakthrough to that guy, and then the end result, he was able to agree and see things in a different light. But Taz's approach was just everybody says that it was aggressive. It's like, you don't come, it's not proper decorum. You have a bigger channel than Jonathan. There's certain ways of handling things, and how he handles things, it's like a gorilla. It was really sloppy. And because Jonathan was already collaborating with Nyla Says, that went along. Nothing about Cynthia G was in the portion, but because of the association, everything got grafted in. Videos were made right after that live stream. Then they were made private, and it was a hush hush type of situation. When Jonathan has clearly told us who he is, he doesn't force anybody to donate to him. He's not squeezing people's hands and saying, "Give me your money, give me your money."
Right.
It is optional.
And you know what? And that's my thing that I fear in terms of kind of getting into this space and stuff, because I do think that some folks is like there's like I think this is the argument that keep going around about the strong man argument, and like as much as like you might have the the far right of the manosphere, but then also you have the far leftist, I guess, what was it, like feminism, whatever was, or something, regardless of what they kind of complain about, where there's more bitterness and rage and all that stuff. And I'm looking at this, it's just like, listen, we're on the same side here. We're basically calling out for what it is about. Okay, the manosphere talking points is wrong. This is basically is poisoning, in terms of the youth of black men developing and everything like that, and then talking and just promoting this continuing broken relationships that we've had towards the black men and black women. But then somehow, we still want to have this and I don't know if this is just black people in general. I'll call it out because I'll say this. I'm more harder on my own people because I love us. But I don't care what the other races do. I care about us. One thing we do, I call us out, is that we love drama as black people. And I don't understand why. I don't get it. It's like, why are we dividing ourselves in situations like this and not coming to a proper respect? Because even then, I went into the stream afterwards that he was in because I'm like, who the hell is this guy? And then this dude was saying the exact same stuff that Tommy Sotomayor was saying to Kevin Samuels. He stole my content. He's saying the stuff I'm saying. I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's like you're basically doing the same mess the manosphere mess that people are doing, and it's just like you wasting this time on this stuff on West. You're just saying, hey, listen, all right, you have the same talking points. All right, I have the same talking points. Legion, let's come together and let's actually, like I said, bond together as just brothers in this fight or whatever, in terms of we actually promote what the positive black man is supposed to be, and I'm just not understanding. It's like, you taking, and really what is I see was pride, which I saw like, why are you saying like, I've been saying this for years, man, and this is as a former guy at Manosphere, which is another thing, talk about someone's past, like, because one thing I respect about Jonathan saying I used to be part of that in that environment. Same thing with me. I used to listen to Kevin Samuels like a long, long time ago, right? And into a point where it's like, okay, listen, when you realize that there is better, then you'll be better. And I just don't understand just like what happened saying that, okay, listen, I know where you were, but this is not where you're going unless you choose to be, right? And that's why I respected the Jonathan. He admitted where he was in his past. A lot of men don't. They just say they try to act like, deflect their responsibility or trials they went through and stuff like that, but they always go on to women in their past and stuff like that. I just don't get it. It's like
it's no redemption, no grace,
no redemption at all, no grace.
No, it's all doom for a person. So even Cynthia G, she has admitted that she has a phase where she evolved, and I don't know if you guys know that Erykah Badu song.
Yeah.
But she was constantly evolving. Like she was like, "Can I get a window seat or whatnot?" This is a constant journey in life. Even a Buddhist would know that nothing stays the same. Ever.
Right. And I said redemption should be part of a man's in terms of a man's walk in terms of his life, and especially in mine. Because even then, it's just like this is what you kind of selling to children, because this is also goes to the topic of mental health. You make a mistake and you think, you're basically giving a permanent a solution to a temporary problem. Oh, it's all over. I'm done with my life. Whatever. Blah blah blah. I should just give up on life and everything. No. If you made a mistake, obviously, if you made a mistake that obviously that isn't that hard to fall from, you can get back up and then and realize that, hey, listen, I tell other men that want to be better, hey, listen, I failed. This is where am I wrong. These are my receipts. These are my X's in terms of my responsibility, in terms of like what I did was wrong and stuff. And I take full accountability and responsibility of what I did in that time. But that's not me anymore. I did the work and improvement on myself. I repented. I did the work. I forgive myself. I forgive in terms of, whoever it is, my father who also abused me, in order to have this type of abusive behavior that he had, and then now I'm consuming it, and now I move on so that I can instill it to my children and say, listen, you can, you're not what happened to you in terms of situation. You made a mistake, okay, and then move on, realize that you're wrong, be better. Now, if you continue that lifestyle, then you will reap the consequences of that. But if you know what's better, then you redeem yourself, but also be consistent in your redemption, because that's also another thing that people got to be mindful of. Being consistent in that, not dabbling back and forth and two-stepping, right? But which Jonathan, he has not been. He's been consistent, and that's what me and him been talking behind the scenes about, which I respect from him, which he respected from me. But I just think that whole Taz situation I was really disappointed.
Yeah,
Just
It's like what I was thinking about, like say the manosphere. Like I used to be a part of a cultic church, and I left the cult.
Oh, same.
I left that. I was forced to be a minister at age 18, and I left at age 23.
Hmm.
So I was forced into that, and I'm like, I don't want to be a minister, but they propped me up there, and I had a load of responsibilities, and like I thought I was doing the right thing, but then I started having dreams that this is not what God wanted for me. So me
Yeah, I'm
being out
making
of
a
that,
video about that. Yeah.
I'll be 34 this year. So to when you leave a cult, it takes many years to detox from that cult. It's like it's like speaking Chinese and expecting to speak Spanish the next day. It's idiotic to hold Jonathan to a standard, because they were saying, oh, he has manosphere talking points. Even if he did, he's not using it to demean or degrade Black women or a person. He's uplifting people. He's supporting small Black owned businesses, something that I don't see a lot of them doing since they've been in the game so long.
Right. And it goes to a point of like, we're not, because this is one thing saying that women cannot be accountable for the action. Yes, they do. Like I said, like when you're ever in marriage or relationship, whatever, is like, yeah, I want to be accountable just as I want women to be accountable. However, as me being the leader, it starts with me. That's what I'm saying. And I'm just saying, like, what me and Jonathan talk behind the scenes about this, just like, this constant need of I'm not saying like righting your wrongs and being better. Like I said, like what the stream that I did talking about narcissism with Loki, right? Talking about like narcissism can be curable, but it's a choice. It's a choice for you to change your lifestyle of degenerate behavior, or in terms of or toxic behavior that that you willingly put yourself in or keep yourself at. But I think that also too, that just comes with the territory that what Jonathan experiences a YouTube space, which I know eventually I might have to experience, that people, that your audience or whatever might just want to put you two together. It's like almost like Mean Girls,
Right.
which I did, which I expected out of this community to be better than that.
Yeah, I think that the subscribers meant well when they were mentioning that they should collab,
Right.
but it's a protocol that has to be followed. Like I was on another person's live earlier today, and I mentioned Jonathan's channel, and I've been on that guy's channel for like say over 2 years, even emailed him behind the scenes. So even though he knows me, he was like, okay, let me check Jonathan out. And he was like, okay, I see your comments in here. I'm going to subscribe to him, and I would like to collab with him. And he has like 60,000 subscribers, and he's willing to come on Jonathan's next show. So I sent Jonathan an email ahead of time, like, oops, sorry, I kind of promoted your channel by mistake. I was just having a conversation. So
Mhm.
just letting you know, here's a content creator when he comes up on your channel, because he's a white guy who talks about interracial dating, who also uplifts Black women, and he deals with a lot of same threats and attacks just like Jonathan does. So he's been in the YouTube streets longer than Jonathan. So I think that any collaboration with a fellow content creator, a certain decorum has to be followed, respect has to be given, even if you oppose. And
Right.
it was very tacky.
Exactly, because like that's the thing I make sure that I'm doing, because like I know I just had recently too. I just had recent collabs that I put it on just in terms of content. But the thing is that like I said, iron sharpens iron. Two is better than one. But I'm saying about this is that I think it's from the proper way of like, obviously you basically obviously have huge respect for both these content creators. You just say I would love to see you two together, because I see you guys have a lot of things that I feel that's lacking in the community. And I say that, and what you said is that we always keep complaining that it's not collective. And then once we build in this collective, we can't get complain that when we try to grow together, then it's like, oh, I don't want to mess with that dude. I don't mess with it. I'm like, no, it's like, because I don't have to like you for you to be on the same team with me to get the job done. I mean, come on, like, I don't care who you are in business, anything like that. I've done projects. I've been plenty of jobs I've been where I cannot stand the person I'm working with. I bet you we got that job done. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to the mission or the purpose, what it is in terms of bettering the community, bettering the Black community, everything, bringing Black families together, all that stuff, and unifying us to where we've been divided for so long. That it's about what is the mission and what is the game plan instead of saying, oh, do I like you or do I not? I don't care. I know you. I mean, that's just how I operate. Is I don't have to like you to work with you.
Right, and it's room for everybody to eat. So even if they didn't like each other, they could have thought about it. Let's have a meeting behind the scenes. All of us, let's hash out. I made a video. I'm also a small content creator, but I just don't tell anybody because I deal with I have schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. So inconsistency is my name. So, but
Okay.
if you guys check out my channel, I recently did a video about the black content creators versus female content creators, and it's for the simple fact that we all can win, but we have to play. We can all pat each other on the back, pass the baton to each other, and we all could be eating and just be on one accord, even if we're talking about different things, as long as we're not degrading one another and breaking each other down. Everybody can eat.
Exactly. Yeah, and I just think that, I just want to put some context for anybody that does watch this or is watching now. We're talking about the honest truth. You know, I just feel like he's just been open since the beginning. Like when I first started watching him, he drew me to him because he was so honest. The fact that he was in the manosphere, he was involved in all of that. He believed in it. But one day he just woke up and decided, like, this is not the right way. So yeah, I think I'm having an echo. Let me see. I just didn't really understand the argument. Like, I don't want to talk about them, but I think that it's really strange that they're just coming at him like that. Like, let us expose him if he's using us, supposedly. But again, nobody's making him donate anything.
Yeah,
Nobody's forcing her.
what magic spell did he use to make the women donate to him? Like that's so
Right.
funny to me.
Now listen, have there been people who've done it? Obviously, look at Derek Jackson, right?
Right.
So they thinking that, oh, this is Derek Jackson 2.0 or whatever like that, but like that's not the case.
Yeah.
The one thing that Derek Jackson did not do, that one, you also never saw his wife until that situation happened. That's another thing to be mindful of. People just when we blindly, think like you never saw his wife until that happened. And secondly, he never referred to himself which is why I never followed him because I showed one video to my mom about this. Like, what do you think about this? Like, that dude's lying. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, Mom, like Mike, when you live long enough in life, you can smell some people, if they're full of it. And I was like, okay, And so now I watch this, like, yeah, he never referred to himself like, hey, this is where I've been and this is where I am now. He never done that. That's why I say I never respected that. But with Jonathan, he does consistently in situations when people get, dudes come on his platform and get so kind of defensive when they look at the title and then they kind of see like, yo, man, what are you talking about? And I'm like, obviously you're just a new viewer. You don't see, what is normal, like I said, personality is, and also his points that it's like he praises good black men and stuff like that. And obviously talk about we have him panel and everything like that, but you're thinking that, oh, you're just parenting women, whatever. Like, yeah, it's a bigger audience, but the fact is, there's not a lot of men who are in this space. So the fact that you are a man singularly, not collectively in this space, you're gonna be viewed as a simp. You're gonna be viewed as a beta, whatever. Just inherently, that just comes with the territory. But hit to him and also to myself, just like forget that, man.
Yeah, Jonathan is like a surgeon with a special thin scalpel, and he's peeling back layers, and people are starting to feel it, but he has to get to the root of the problem, and no one's, it's not pleasurable when you're doing deep surgery where they're giving you all the anesthesia, like the coddling. We're giving you all the anesthesia we can give you. We've coaxed you long enough. Now it's time for the blood raw. There's nothing else we can do but give you the truth and give you the painful words. And if that gets your attention, now if we're at the table, we have your attention, So it's like he's doing God's holy work in a different way. I always joke about that. I'm like, he's doing God's work in a different way, just like Cynthia G, even Taz. Like, I don't watch their channels, but I know that their intentions, they have good intentions. Like, everybody moves differently, Like Taz was saying that he is the Pookie and Ray Ray, and I thought that was really profound to say. So I'm like, okay, if you are the Pookie and Ray Ray, that means you even have a heavier responsibility to deal
Exactly.
with those degenerate men.
Yeah, even then, like I saw in stream or whatever he was talking, and like I'm not speaking ill will. I don't even barely know the dude, but when I watch the dude, I am an asshole. I know that. I'm like, the dude, why did you come in correct like that, man? It's just like, I just like the fact that he has the self awareness to know that he has issues, or just like come in correctly and stuff like that. It's just like I just felt that you did more harm than good in terms of, I guess, felt like if the mission that obviously that his channel, that if he's saying that what he's doing um is fighting the fight or talking about in terms of the conversation that we're seeing here in the top of the manosphere topics, then I'm like, okay, but then like, do you create another enemy when he's not even an enemy to begin with? Like that's, I mean,
Right, and the sad part is how they attacked how he responded, and then the women was like, we was waiting for you to raise your chest up, Jonathan. We wanted you to fight back, and it's like, are we confusing what true masculinity is? And if a person's
exactly, exactly,
if a person's personality type is different, he controlled the temperature of his room. That was masculine. He did not give in to that. He even offered him an olive branch. Hey, email me or wait on the line. He said, just wait and I'll answer your question. I want to deal with this right now.
right.
And it's sad. I hate when people attack a person's personality type and say, okay, this is masculine, or this is beta, or this is this. No, 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 no.
And that's the thing.
It's horrible.
Right, and that's what you're saying, that we don't hold women accountable. You just did it right there. You just called out saying that was wrong behavior. That was it. Like saying that, and people in the chat saying like, yeah, we want you to fight him, everything like that. And people are not seeing that because they overlook. They see what they want to hear, right? But that's the thing. You talk about masculinity. That the things I even get sometimes. Listen, sometimes the best tool in your arsenal is a good argument. In terms of you having a good discussion, able to talk to someone when you don't have to throw your fists up. That is true power. I didn't have to I didn't have to break a sweat, to defuse the situation or handle it or anything like that. And that's the way I was taught. Now, obviously, I taught trained to, if things get physical, then you come accordingly. But other than that, I'm just like, I see that as us as Black people, we see that all our lives. That we, as Black people, we always seen Black men getting fights consistently over some dumb shit. Oh, you stepped on my shoes. Okay, it's time to square up.
Yeah, and
Oh, come on.
a lot of women left after that. They was like, I'm disappointed in his reaction, and I was laughing. I thought it was really comical, to see people who were his day ones, because I've been around for like a couple of months.
Yeah, I have not seen some people. Like, what happened to like?
Yeah, the
was
day
like-
ones turned, and it's kind of like it's a good thing that everything happened the way it did, though, because we really, at the end of the day, can't take the social media stuff too seriously. But what I found hurtful was people who he has supported has slandered him on different panels comfortably, just because you had one disagreement, and you have his contact information, you have access to hash out any differences, but you were so comfortable to air him out when he has supported you through and through. And I call him the little snake. So I caught one of the little grass snakes, and I took a note of the snake, and I said, you know what? I will make it my business to keep Jonathan's name out my mouth, to not give any ammunition in any way, shape, form, or fashion, because he personally has helped me, and more than any YouTuber has ever helped me ever in my life. And he is a genuine person. That's why I was telling other content creators like Cerebral. I was like, hey, Cerebral, he's real. Okay. I was like, he's real. Trust me. And I can't enclose it, but he's real.
Right. Exactly. Right. And that's was one thing I hope to be, in terms of like when I'm like continuously growing and stuff like that. I make sure I humble myself. Like I said, I'm blessed with the 50, blessed with 100, whatever, and then we'll be blessed with 1,000, whatever comes through with in terms of people that come. But at the same time, people are gonna come and go. Like I said, you might lose an audience. Same thing with you, Taddy. The same thing that you gotta be consistent. Like, listen, I care more about the content than it is about the even the subscribers. Now the thing is that I would like for just the content to be good and educational enough for anybody to see it, even though regardless of the views. 'Cause that's what I'm saying. I just wanted to get feedback just to be better, and I consistently ask, hey, what ways I can be better, what ways I can improve, and stuff like that. And to anyone who does that, it's a dangerous person because you can't put a cap on their potential. Same thing, someone receiving knowledge or anything like that. But that's what with Jonathan, what I see is he continually, he challenged himself to be better when he changed his platform and everything like that, or consistently over time to we be better. That I've seen for him over the past like few months, and then he's been helping me out with my stuff as well. Like just at least having just a conversation and everything like that, which I appreciate with him, right? So, but that's the thing. Like, it's funny that people want to talk behind your back when it's time to pull up and square up, and you put the the link and they're nowhere to be found. I'm just like, to me, that's cowards.
Yeah, the mousies. I call them the mousies and the church mousies, but it was very disappointing. Because I was like, you let all people, like, how dare you? Like, and I was like, wait a minute, this is social media, and I had to take a step back, and I was like, you get into it's because I live in an isolated village among like gypsies and Amish people, and I'm like the only black girl here, and the rest are like biracial um women who could pass for white. So I'm very like alone. I've been here for 4 years. I don't have a social life as much. So I realized, I'm like, okay, you're getting. Before I was like off of social media. I didn't even know what YouTube was until a couple of years ago. So I was like, oh, it's a little world that exists over here. And, I just got on Instagram, just got on TikTok a week ago, and it's overwhelming for me at times. But I had to step back, and I was like, what's more important is knowing who you are at the end of the day. Keep pushing. The passion can be there, but at the same time, this is a means of passive income that can't be denied, you know? So I think that,
Exactly.
you're going to lose people, but you can't get too wrapped up in it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the main thing is to be consistent. And I'm not changing my stance for anybody. I don't know about y'all, but what I say is final. You can't change my mind. We can come in here and have a back and forth, but what I say is final, and that's what I believe. And I feel like it's gonna be organic growth because people are just going to gravitate to you if they believe the same thing, And that's all I want on my channel. So I saw the stuff with the honest truth. Like, I haven't been able to get on live with Mike or the honest truth or anything like that. So it's been I just had so much stuff going on. But now I have a little more time. I got a lot of stuff going on. But this is just an interesting situation. I did not know what was going on. I was just like, oh Lord, even all of these different channels are talking about him. Well, they never put his name in the
it was just a shit storm. That's all that was. And it was just, I personally got upset because I was like, he advocates for these people. And I was like, in the first, every time he opens his StreamYard link, you're the first one on there. You got so much to say. I'm like, you? And I just I was a little angry at first, but I had to calm it down. And I was like, what's more important? You know who this person is. At the end of the day, only God can judge him. And people get it twisted that they're so judgmental. Who are you? Who are you to be his judge?
But I even watched the stream and they talked about him. They didn't say him by name, but why I know they're talking about him was because on the community page, somebody did put in the initials for him. So I was like, okay, what y'all got against him? So they're mad because he's using divested talking points, but they feel like his hidden agenda is to say, oh, divest, but only stay with black men. And it's like,
totally twist his words.
Yeah, is he saying anything wrong? Have y'all seen any of his videos? Because personally, I don't have anything wrong. I don't see anything wrong with what he was saying. And I've definitely seen some of the videos where they were speaking out against him. And it's just strange to me.
Yeah, the sad part, I think that you guys said it earlier, or another channel content creator, black people are getting it twisted with they immediately begin to worship people and seek for a shepherd because you're dumb and can't think for yourself. At the end of the day, content is content. Hit that like. If you're black, hit that like. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands and keep it moving. If you don't like it, you just gotta go, you know? So I'm like, I don't get why they're looking for him to be the holy saint. And he has a tough name to live by, the honest truth. And I told him, like, your best bet is to be transparent. If you're transparent, then nobody can say anything.
Exactly, and that just goes back to you find what you're going to be talking about. You stick to it, and you just be honest. And that's the problem. There's a lot of misinformation going on on the internet, especially here on YouTube. And like, I hear what they're saying, but I just didn't understand why they were so mad at him. And I don't know who made Taz the male police or whatever, but
No, he was the director of environmental services,
right.
unfortunately. And it's like, I know he meant well, like a giant eagle / silver black gorilla. I know he meant well, but it's like, at what point do we, like you said it earlier about marriage earlier, effective communication. Like, let's picture we're married to each other. We're just one giant family, and we have to deal with each other. We really truly do, on the street, everywhere we go. If we're family, no matter if you be one, divested, whatever, we have to deal with each other. Let's practice communication skills. How about that?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's talk about our issues as adults, and then have a big old stream where we all can make videos and make money. That could have been a continuous opportunity to keep making money collectively.
Right, because like you said, I agree, because there is too much money out here. And if we stop fighting against each other and come together, our main thing is about Black women choosing the best, doing the best. So I don't see what's wrong with y'all doing collabs and all of that, but whatever, they grown. Can't tell them nothing, you know.
Grown grandparents, they showed out, honey. Showed out. I was like, grandpa and grandma?
Sorry, grandpa. They are, though.
I was shocked because they move like they 30-year-olds, but I still can't get past it. I'm like, no, they're not grandparents. But I'm like, I know they meant well. I know they everybody's passionate. Even Kevin Samuels, even O'Shea Duke Jackson, everybody's passionate about something, you know. But even if they're right or wrong, they're passionate about it, and it's like they in their hearts of hearts feel like they were doing the right thing. Jonathan feels like he's doing the right thing. But the way I look at it, stop worshiping these people. Stop looking for a pastor.
Yes.
Stop looking for a godfather. Stop looking for somebody to protect you. You know what I mean? Like, our protector. Stop looking for a Black woman protector. Protect yourself.
And is it weird that, like, if you follow somebody, watch somebody, people automatically assume that you have to go and agree with every freaking word that they say? I don't have to agree with everybody's point of view. I might disagree with you on one thing, but I might agree with you on another thing. I'm not gonna be, and that's again where the blind worship is coming from. Like, okay, he's a man, he's on YouTube, he's saying these things, so every single thing that he says, I have to agree with it. I gotta go with it. Anything that he does wrong or say wrong, I have to be basically put at the forefront. Like, shoot, he said this, and this is your man's, basically. Like, look, I don't have to agree with somebody, everything that somebody says to support them, or, you know, just watch them.
Right. I think that, I mean, even then, I've been in, before I even had a channel, before I was on Truth, like, you've been on platforms with people that, okay, you might say one thing wrong, and all of a sudden they just flip the hell out and everything like that. I'm like, okay, hold up, okay, all right, like, okay, I might agree with you on everything you did, and instead of like, I might disagree on one thing, and then all of a sudden, then they call you a bunch of names and everything like that. I was like, okay, All right, I don't deal
The
with
mob mentality.
I only deal with the correct people like that. I'm just like, okay, listen. And even then, there's also a time. Listen, people can can misspeak, and it happens. I'm just saying, like, okay, and then when you add context, clarity in a conversation, and having a mature conversation, they can say, you know what, I was wrong, I misspoke. That's maturity, right there.
Mhm.
And a lot of folks, I'm just saying, I've seen this space, which I'm now being mindful of it. Are not, don't have that capacity because, like I said, they like drama and instantly just like, like I said, like you said, mob and just try to immediately come and say something just because they like drama or anything like that. They don't say what they want to hear. And listen, it's inherently going to happen with, especially with Jonathan, just like they do with Jared Jackson. There's gonna be people who idolize him, or in a point like they put him on a pedestal that he never asked to be on,
That
right?
he never asked.
So it's just like, listen, and then and in terms of the reaction where he might disagree, it's not his responsibility. The fact that you might disagree with them, and therefore, like, wait a minute, I put you on a pedestal. You must, you must do everything, do everything for me.
Or the people who say you owe me something. They give money to
No,
the pastors and they don't have that. Oh, pastor, I gave you $2,000 over the last 10 years every year. You owe me a private counseling session. Like they don't have that same
I donated,
energy.
and I can't
Yeah.
I can't get on your panel.
Yeah,
Well,
be like,
it's
I
full.
own you. Like,
The
I
panel's
own you,
full.
and you have to do what I say and operate how I want you to operate. I want you to prop your chest up. I want you to sit up like this. He has to hold his own at the end of the day,
Right, and this is the thing I don't understand. Like, listen, like there is value in everybody, especially you don't disagree with. Like, listen, I'm good in my ways, and I'm screwed up in my ways. Like, we're all damaged and broken people, and anyone who sits up here and act like they ain't, I mean, I tell you, they're full of it. And that's the thing in terms of having humility. Say, listen, these are my weaknesses, these are my strengths and stuff like that, and let's just like bond together in our struggle. In terms of like so we can heal from it and move better, so we can tell the next person, people in our community and stuff. Because like I said, the talking points of what is like I might disagree with, like for example, like when it comes to the topic about divestment, right? It's something that I'm not opposed to or anything like that. My thing is just like I think for some folks it's kind of get over exaggerated. Like, listen, you date who you want to date. If you're gonna go get somebody, go get them. I'm not gonna be. But also, I think on the other end too, I think there's some black men just like the fact that the idea doesn't even come out of someone's mouth. They're like, oh my god, how can you say that? Blah blah. I'm just like, you date who you want to date. You can go get white woman, then she can go get her white man. I don't care. Like, or I'm just like.
right. I just don't want it shoved down my throat to like blindly choose somebody because somebody said so.
Exactly.
I would want it to happen organically because I'm like, of course I would want a black man, or because I'm like Afro Latino and mixed up or whatever. I would love to be with somebody that has the same culture as me. But what I'm not gonna go do is go run off into the sunset with a white man and end up in because you can end up in a situation where it's dangerous for you because they can be a wolf in sheep's clothing and be like, come here, black girl, I got you, your man ain't
And plus,
shit,
listen,
I got you, and you
listen,
gone.
fetishes exist. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. I don't understand what it all colors in the rainbow. And we're all children of God. But screw you. If you don't think that fetishes exist, right there, especially in terms of between black women and white men, black men and white women, everything. It's fetishized. It's like, okay, I can sleep with you. I'm not marrying you. That's fetish.
Right.
Like,
And it's not genuine. And then when you hear, sometimes you can look at some of the women who openly put their lives on Front Street and you can see, I'm like, okay, if they're so good, why aren't you married yet? Why aren't you in a happy, lovely relationship? Because when like I would say Japan, or let's use Japan for example. When a foreigner comes, that country is what homogenous, right? Predominantly homogenous. So for a foreign, it's not that they're racist; they value their culture. There's a system already intact. So for a foreigner to come in, they're like, that's a lot for me to lose. You know what I mean? So they'll sleep with a black woman, based off of some of the videos that I've seen, but they'll play with you. You'll be a fun time. They might spend some money on you. Is it better than being with a black man? Probably, because you may end up still alive with a little cash.
That same idea. Hold on. I'm about to BTR you something. Hold on. Now I'm about to post some shit
Oh, my bad. I thought I was on mute.
I'm like, who fighting?
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh.
Sorry.
But-
You know, I hear what you guys are saying, but I just feel like I'm not opposed to dating black men, but I just feel like only dating black men or excluding other races just
Right.
for black men, I feel like
It's wrong.
Yeah,
it's,
I agree.
It's
I
wrong.
agree.
not wrong per se, but I feel like black women, we're just selling ourselves short when we do that. I'm
Yeah, I
not.
agree.
Mhm.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. I just want it like on both parties, on both spectrums. I don't want to rush. I don't want to be shoved down a black man's throat, and I don't want to be shoved down a white man's throat or other. I want my life to go organically. And for me
Well,
personally, I think my life is over. But it's
well, this is how I feel
something.
because I hear what you guys are saying, and I agree that people, other people value their culture and their survival and all of that. But let's just be honest that interracial dating is really abnormal all over the globe.
Right.
Mhm.
You know, there's still only a small sector of people. It's not as much as we think it is because
Absolutely.
in order for us to survive, we have to continue to procreate with
Right.
monoracial people, right? So what I'm saying is, though, the world is already starting to be mixed up, and a lot more people are more open to interracial dating. And
hmm
I think that especially with black women, if we think about just how many viable black men there really are, it's not that many compared to the women.
Right.
So
Yeah,
And it's,
I
it's
100%
probably
agree.
30. It's probably 30 of them in the United States. I'm just joking.
right,
It's probably about 30 of them spread it out.
yeah, right, right.
But
I hate when we
you
say
know,
that.
I'm open to it. But
I would just say keep an open mind
yeah,
because you never know.
I actually have dated interracially. I'm a product of it because of my grandmother. But I actually, I'm from Miami, Florida, so I
Uh-oh.
actually got faced
A
with
lot of
that.
Hispanics, yeah,
Yeah.
My first relationship was with a Latino guy.
yeah,
I've dated Asian. I've actually dated almost every race of men out there, and I married a Haitian man. I was married to a
yeah.
Haitian man, but like my thing is when the insults come, like I would get insulted, and they didn't think I was smart enough to understand the insult. So that's where the
Yes.
problem kicked in.
Mhm.
But and then I want to talk about the fetishization of it because I think that sometimes I think we have to really define what fetishizing somebody is because I feel like black men fetishize a lot.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that
Right.
we never have a problem with that, but it's certain things like I seen this TikTok video where this woman she had bought a wig and it was like an afro and she put it on and her white husband just was loving it. He was just like, oh my god, you just look so beautiful, and he was just so in love with her. And people were in the comments talking about, oh, see, this is why I can't be with a white man, he's fetishizing her. Oh, this
Right.
is just sickening. Like,
Right.
you know, sometimes I think we can be really hard on the other races, and that's why I said we just vet every man appropriately
Yeah.
because
Everybody.
I don't want to be fetishized by a white man. I damn sure don't want to be fetishized by a black man. So
Right.
we have to be mindful of those things as well because that can get us in trouble on either spectrum.
I was told by it was an Asian guy that I was actually seeing for like say 13 years of my life, but he never introduced me to his parents, and which was insulting because we worked together and everything. And I could be standing right next to his parents' vehicle. He said, "Now is not the time yet because my parents are very racist," right? So he told me straight up. But what hurt me one day is he told me, you're not like the other black people. You're educated, so you're almost as good as a white woman. You're like twice enough to add up to a white woman." That right there is what I was like, oh yeah, that right there. And mine is not fetishization. It probably is, but the insults are very direct, and I can't swallow it. So I was like, yeah, I can't swallow that. They was like, you might as well choose me because you know you're going to be a single mother anyway, or a black man's going to leave you. They're not reliable, blah, blah, blah. But it's like that can put people in a dangerous situation if they're just running out there without doing the work on themselves first. Go to counseling, go to therapy, do your self work,
Yeah.
reassess, and then date safely.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because it's gonna be like the guy in the picture, like Scotty. I call him Scotty. Scotty's gonna be looking at you like you are one jacked up individual, and I can't deal because my life has never been this hard. I knew you was gonna have some problems, but goddamn, like this
Right.
house, the work that cost to repair this house is not worth my investment. And then people are gonna find themselves single, divorced, biracial babies, craziness, madness because they didn't do the work properly.
Yeah, and Taddy, like you and I are on the same page here. Like, listen, like I know we're not saying anything. Like, yeah, as a man, I'm saying at least my ego is not hurt or anything. Telling, okay, listen, don't limit as a black woman. Limiting yourself in terms of like you date anything around. But for example, if you experiencing some harsh trials of finding a good black man, whatever, I'm just like, okay, I'm not hurt to say, go to someone else, go to white, go to Mexican, whatever it might be, Asians, which Asians
Mhm.
actually good, but but yeah, I'm just like, you date who you want to date for your poor, you prioritize peace, go get peace. And that's what black men that you particularly found in a needle in the haystack, then bless you, you find one in your own, in your own community. If you have to go out of it and go get it, go get it. I'm just saying, people,
Yeah,
control your peace.
A Jedi, I tried 21 times. I am tired. I've been celibate for a couple of years and I sat my tail down. I was like, you know what, girl? You finna sit down and you finna review. And my therapist, she laughs because I have a whole critical analysis of black men and my encounters with them. So I'll go based off trauma, parents, like do you have a one parent household, two parent, what's your income, from the highest of $132,000 down to less than $50,000. So she laughs because she was like, you're really good at this. I said, I'm just saying I'm coming up short every time. Like, it's a guy that says what you said earlier in your stream. He was like, I'm a good guy, I'm right in front of you, right? This guy has been in my life for 4 years. From my hometown, I moved to the Midwest. You make $132,000. You have no children. You've never been married, right? And yet you want me to have a baby outside of marriage with you and live in a separate city and then say maybe we'll get married in 5 years. I said, you got to be kidding me. You were that good man that was staring me right in my face. Oh wow.
And that's the thing. This is what I'm saying. I don't. That's why I'm saying, like,
maybe divest is not the right word, because I think that whatever black women is happy with, as long as they're prioritizing their health, their happiness, their peace, their respect, their worth, that's what I'm worried about. Because I have women on, okay, so I'm on Clubhouse. I created a club called Alpha Women. People should definitely join if you're on Clubhouse. And, I have women in there that are married to black men and they say how they treat them right and they're good. And I celebrate that. But there are women on there that's talking about how they are married to Russian men and Italian men and Asian men and all of that, and how they're happy. Right. So I feel like I just support black women that ever respects them, loves them, is consistent, all of that. Because what we need to be saying is the thing is, when you look at the fact that all men are just bad, let's just be honest, men are just bad. I mean, if they benefit from patriarchy, they're just bad. But then we have those few little men that are the good men, So nobody is perfect, and no race. No race is better than black men or black people, But I think that black women have been limiting themselves to accept things out of the scarcity mindset. Like, well, there's only so many black men or viable black men. Let's just say that, because you have to realize that we need to start excluding certain black men from our dating pool.
Right. Undateable. The undatables. Yeah, the undatables. I think it's a book called Undateable that I have somewhere.
I
But
need to read that, yeah. But these are the men that we have to exclude, and it's those men who will not make a commitment, because we do need to prioritize marriage. So many times we will hold off marriage, waiting for that good black man. Then it's too late. By the time you're 50, you think that you still have that scarcity
Right.
mindset. Well, like, it's only so many viable black men that I could date. So I have to settle. I have to settle for polygyny, when polyamory, or cheating. Not even polyamory, cheating. I have to deal with the lies.
Distant sister wives, where we all got our own apartments and don't know about each other.
Exactly. So if we do not stand up and say, we're not going to fucking take this anymore, you're going to treat me right or I'm going to leave, it's going to continue. And this has been generations. Like, this is a pattern for generations of men just saying, well, you're going to be here so I can go out and sleep with Becky.
That's true.
You're going to be here if I abuse you, if I cheat on you, if I don't want to marry you, if I want to, if I feel like I'm lazy and I don't want to work. You know, these are the type of things that we need to be looking at and saying, no, if you don't do this, then I'm gonna leave.
Right.
Because
I've seen changes ever since. I'm sorry, I have a horrible habit of cutting people off.
Go ahead.
I've seen changes since I started my celibacy journey. Like, the guy, he's from my hometown. He started giving me money. He started paying bills, and I'm taking it. And I'm just sitting here like, I'm still not, until you do what I want you to do, I'm not giving you what you want, because you're not coming how I want you to come. So, and I've seen a total change from all parties, because, like, I'm not even actively dating anybody right now, but they all paying bills in one way or another, giving me subscriptions on my Netflix. I don't have to pay for nothing.
You know what's funny with that?
You know, it's crazy.
Is that and I know Rose Kevin Samuels were saying something like that. Basically, what you're doing, that you're building up your coochie credit. That's what he's saying. You know that. So basically, you know what it is. So like, coochie credit basically means that this dude giving you a bunch of money, right, for all this stuff, and you know you live. It's like, you know, keep him in that zone. Like, hey, you ain't getting this, whatever. And now he's continually giving money. Like, hey, listen, your debt is paid. Your debt is owed now.
Exactly.
It's time to get in these sheets.
Yeah, exactly. But it's been 4 years, so he knows that I'm not. It's been 4 years, and he hasn't even seen my face. He knows my family. My family knows his family. But I moved to the Midwest, so he knows that I'm a no tolerance type of woman. So I told him, like, hey, I have birth control. I'm getting older. You're already old. What the hell are you waiting for? Who hurt you? Whatever that is, you need to go handle that. And our communication has been good over time, but I told him, like, all right, now I'm running out of time, and I'm not just waiting on him, but it's just, I feel like so much work has been put in. Like, I was very immature in the beginning, so it's like, the communication, you do see a change. Like, I would say, like, divestment will be kind of like the stages of grief almost. So celibacy as a whole for women, like, all over, we would see a change in all men if we locked it down and shut it down. To be honest, they will sing a different tune. And there'll be a lot of killings, though, first. A lot of men are going to go gay. A lot of them are going to kill women, take it, rape. And then there's going to be the ones, here's that ring. Here you go, girl. And if other women were on code, not entertaining people's husbands and stuff like that, then they would be running home every day. We control women. When the men get the bacon and the women control the thermostat. That's what I always say.
Yes. And that's exactly right. Because I was talking to another black man, and I was telling you guys this in the beginning of the stream. He's only 28, but he tried to basically shame me for saying, like, I want a man who provides for me. And that, like, if he's talking about, oh, I do want to marry you and everything like that. But it's like, if we're married, you're going to pay the bills. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And he tried to shame me, basically like, well, I'm still working through some things, so how can I be able to pay for bills? You just want somebody to take
Oh,
care of you. Well, that's what a man's supposed to do. He's like, well, if
right.
I get married, she's gonna be paying 50-50. I said, so you want her to do half of your manly duties or responsibilities, right?
Mhm. And
It just makes no
and
sense.
where I come from, the men are very traditional. They take pride in, because down I didn't know we were Southern until I moved up here, and I was like, really, we country? Because we make fun of everybody in Georgia, and then they was like, you actually have an accent. I'm like, I have an accent, and I was like, oh my god, I'm country. That's I guess I didn't know, but our men take great pride. I was a housewife before. My husband paid all the bills. My ex-husband was a millionaire, but he was also a fruitcake. But we'll go into that on another day. That's why I'm divorced today. Hallelujah. He was in the closet. So
He's up in the closet.
that's why I'm divorced. But he paid every bill. The lights were never off, but he had a very horrible attitude. But most of our men down south, they will do what they'll go outside and sell socks on a summer day.
Mm-hmm.
It's summer every day in Miami. They'll sell mangoes. They will scrape and cut grass, chop
Catfish.
down trees. They will make it work. They will go fishing to do what they have to do to provide. And they let you keep your money to buy what you want to buy or save it for vacations and emergencies.
Yeah, and my mother's actually from Mississippi. Like my whole side of family from Mississippi. Um, and I don't know actually, Taddy. I don't know if I saw on IG whatever. I think you follow my cousin.
What's his name?
Dennis Brown. Call him DJ. I know I saw. I might be looking. I might be wrong there. Yeah, but anyway, where do you live? Oh, you don't tell your exact address.
Yeah, I do actually follow him. He followed me. Yeah, I live in Arizona.
Okay, yeah, that's my cousin. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, yeah, that's my cousin DJ. But yeah, I was but yeah, but like in the South and stuff like that, that's where my mother is in terms of she telling me all the stuff that what we do, what my grandfather did back, with because my grandfather, my mother, she's the oldest out of 5 girls, right? And my mother, she had, I mean, my grandmother had my mother when she was like 16, I think. Yeah. So, but I was hearing stories about like women, like dudes letting their girls buy their pay for their car notes. I was like, are you kidding me? I was just like, I'm just hearing all this stuff saying, like, yeah, she paying my car notes and all this stuff, and she's paying. I'm just like, man, what the hell are you doing? I just know I never heard that concept before of like talking about this. He's mentioned this, saying he's 28 years old, saying, okay, well, I need to get my life. Well, first of all, you're not even not even your 30s yet. You're saying you got stuff you need to work on. I'm like, dude, okay, not saying you can't. Most folks in life are not really fit to be married till in their 30s, but I'm like, they're saying get in their situation, especially in terms of men, because hopefully you get your resources in your 20s, then you're probably gonna have to do it in your 30s, so which delay you trying to even be equipped to basically be marriageable, and or in terms of being provider, which is like more important, in terms of when it comes with children. So I'm just like, but it's like, well, we can just get our marriage on like layaway or something like that. Like, no, that's not how it works. No.
And that's the thing. They want to because they want to shit on a divesting women, but it's like they want to get married. I just hear stories. Okay, there's a woman on my on my Clubhouse, and she's actually married to a Russian man. But before, she only wanted to date black men. She was with a black man, and she's actually a doctor. So she was with a black man for all of these years. I think she told me like 5 to 7 years or something. She was with him. He did not want to propose to her. He was a doctor too, and he was making good money. But it's like he did not want to propose to her, and so she was just like, I can't do this. And then she ended up going to the airport and meeting up with this Russian man. Found him, and he
he told her such a sweet thing. I wonder if she would come on here and tell the story. But if I have the recording, then I will post it. It's so sweet. Like, I think I'll just isolate that part because he
Right.
really knew that she was the one for him. I think
Right.
they got married within like 6 months of knowing each other, and they're
Yeah.
together 20 years later.
Yeah, it don't take 12 years. It don't take, you know what I mean? And I just want it to be organic. Like, I remember I missed out on a situation with a non-black male, but I had my morals were very high at the time. So I'm like, his wife lived in Colorado and he was working in Florida, big director position. And I'm looking like, what about your kids? You got young kids. Like, are you going to divorce her and your kids are still really young? But when a high value man, hilarious, a high value man, when they're not happy, they will divorce their wives and they don't care what they lose. They just keep
Yep.
it moving. And they will quickly leave a marriage and like, here, take the half, take the alimony. I don't care. My happiness is prime. So I don't understand why they're scared to lose when you barely have anything anyway.
Right. I don't understand this whole worried about other people's pockets. Why you worried about Dr. Dre? Why you worried about Jeff Bezos? Y'all don't even have enough money to buy your cigarettes at the corner store. So why are you worried about
my
how much
half of a penny? Like, I'm scared of your half in the car you already had, which is gonna be. I don't think they understand the concept of how it works.
Like, but y'all want to latch on to the high value man. You're not a high value man. Even in your broke self, you don't even have a high integrity. You are not.
I'm like, are you guys on the Forbes list? Because we could clarify. We could just hit this. We could hit this up right now.
But it doesn't matter because we have high earning Dusties. Look at Nick Cannon. Look at so-called Future. Even though I doubt Future is making that much money, but let's just play around and be entertained that he has chains and stuff and assume that he makes so much damn money. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, they're dusty, so who cares about that? And I think it's just that black women should open their options and not be scared. Like, I mean, that's my thing. Like, I just was so nervous. Like, what about this? What about that? But I do ask non-black men different questions than I ask a black man because it's very important. And what's interesting is that I'm asking the non-black men about how their family would feel because it's very important to me too.
It's a big thing.
Yeah. And because we know interracial dating is abnormal. I don't care what anybody says. Majority of the world is not interracially dating.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you before it slips me. I'm sorry.
Go
know
ahead,
how
go ahead.
the Bible says the lion and the lamb will be together in the book of Revelations?
Yeah.
The lion and the lamb are gonna cohabitate. They're gonna be together. Zebras and monkeys, like
Wow.
it's gonna be like that, and you just have to go with the flow. Moses had to be with a different woman because leaving out of slavery, leading his people out of the crap. Unfortunately, he ended up with a woman from a whole different tribe and background. Joseph, you know what I mean? Joseph had a different different people from a different background, even though they were specifically told, like some people hang on to them being the black Israelites or the Hebrews or whatever. So they're more like religious, so to say, and they have their beliefs on why they stay. But for those who have, it's not for everybody. It's like trying to force people out of a coma. Don't wake up a person who's sleepwalking. Don't wake up somebody who's in a coma. Let them wake up on their own time, but worry about you. And I think, like I said, I think celibacy is what helped me have an open mind because I've been practicing it for like 4 years. Like I'll do like 9 months of celibacy and then I'll venture out. And then since the pandemic, I was like, clank, 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 clank.
Yeah, especially during this. Yeah.
So I'm like, this vaccinated, non-vaccinated thing. I'm like, it's getting real in the field. So I might as well work on myself a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, and also like on college campuses now, like now they have, we have like this mask policy now, like we have indoors and stuff, but everyone's all back intermingling. I'm like, it's cuffing season now. I'm like, at least everyone's trying to get back. I'm just saying, like, I just tell my friends and I, like, be careful out here. I'm just like,
Yep.
I was like,
And
folks are hungry.
they always say winter's coming. I didn't get it moving up here because I'm from Florida. They was like, it's winter time. Don't let no man come to your house saying he want to stay
Mhm.
around this time of year. Turn them away. And I'm like, why
And it's
y'all
the
keep
players' game.
saying
Like,
that?
hey, can I come over watching TV? No, I got a TV in your house. No.
Yeah, I want to eat. You know what I mean? So I didn't get it at first, but I was like, oh, in the wintertime they want to crash and stay with you,
Yeah, it's
and then
cold.
when it's
Well,
springtime,
buy a
then they
coat.
leave. I'm like, okay. So I caught on real fast with that.
Yeah, it's just like I mean, it's always the thing. Like, I know Kevin Samuels mentioned one thing. Like, hey, let me go cook for you. No, that's the players' book.
Hmm.
Yeah,
They
no
have
happens.
vacation. They have vacation homes, like and what they call the low hanging fruit. So you go mess with the women who are having a hard time, and they'll target those single mothers. They'll target because they was like, okay, I know I'm gonna get a good meal. I know she gonna love me, and the kids gonna love me, and she's
And
gonna
then
take the bare minimum, and I could bounce from house to house.
hell, I even put one on college saying like, hey, you want you want to pull all nighter or doing like at the study halls and stuff like that. Like, nah, that's like you basically walking back. It's gonna be like what 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. No, that's what's up. Yeah.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is just keep your options open. I had an incident on Clubhouse the other day where I had this room going and it was like, I think it was the room you can go 50-50 at your mama's house.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, in my so when I first got on Clubhouse, I kind of clicked up with a little group. My friend Sunshine, Jay, Sean, and Michael. So like we were all together and everything. We'll come up on the stage. We basically had like an unspoken rule where we would mod each other. And as a moderator, you can like mute people, you can remove them from the room, put them back in the audience where they can't speak, stuff like that.
Hmm.
So I would do rooms and then they would come in there and mod it. And somehow in the rooms, there was always a conversation about interracial dating. And it just started to get weird where like Sean was having a problem with it and Queen J was having a problem with it. And so there was one day where we were all talking and interracial dating came up and my friend Sunshine, she's like, yeah, if I want to date Tyler, I can date Tyler because I have other options. But that doesn't mean I want to turn my back on black men. So I was like, exactly. I'm saying the same thing. Just keep your options open.
They'll act right when they. That's what I told the guy. I said, I just
Yep.
want you to know something. I'm not waiting on your ass. I said, I just want you to know because I used to do it to him all the time. I said, you're gonna be left on red because I'm younger than you. I should not have to explain why this is a problem. So go figure
Right.
it out. And I'll just not talk to him for a week or two and let him come and find me.
Yes, exactly. And so, whatever, one day we were talking and they were like, well, we're mad that you're talking about interracial dating because, you're basically saying that black men, uh, or white men are better than black men and all of that. And so for me, I was just like, well, nobody's saying that, but okay. And so then Sean says, like, well, I mean, I've interracially dated, but at the same time, you shouldn't be interracially dating because what about white supremacy? What about continuing the race and all that? Like, did you just not hear yourself? You just said that you interracially date and now you have a problem with black women doing it, but okay. So fast forward a couple days after that, it was some tension after that conversation because we had a division, like because they were mad that on Clubhouse I was making all of these rooms about black men, and so they were just like, I just feel like it. So then Queen J was like, I mean, look, I don't condone interracial dating. I just feel like if you are keeping your options open, you shouldn't even talk about the black community. You shouldn't even talk about black men. I was like, what? This is
It has some validity to it because they feel like um notice how we've been silent over the years, like through the hip hop songs being disrespected, called out of our names. We were very silent and co-signed, right?
yes.
But
Hmm.
like that's why I made that video the other day. Notice how black male content creators move versus female content creators. Black men will get together and they'll be on a, even if they're degenerate, they will be on a united front for their image, even if it's
Yes.
degenerate, and they don't play when it comes to their image. And we sat back very quietly over the years and let that happen. And I
Mhm.
know like some of us just arrived to adulthood. I'm like, I just got here. I just woke up from 25. I'm like, I just got here. What is this mess? You know, but
Right.
I'm like, mammy, pick me. I'm like, I just got here. You know, so I'm like, now I'm learning and just looking at everything. So I'm like, okay, just like how it's like a method to the madness, so to say. They feel like they have to defend their image. Even if it's degenerate, they feel like they have
Yes.
to.
That's one thing I would say, they are definitely on code.
Mhm.
So she ends up so we went into another room. So that was the one I'm telling you about. You can go 50-50 at your mama's house. So me and my friend we did it since like 8 o'clock in the morning, Arizona time, till like nighttime. It was like 10-11 o'clock here. So we did it damn near all day, and we had so many people come in, speak on it and everything. If I can get the recording with the audio, like, I'm gonna put it up because it was crazy. But
Sounds like a video game. Is so delicious. I'm like,
yes.
sounds delicious.
so so
What is it?
um
50-50 at your mama's house? That sounds so delicious. Oh my god.
we get so good with the titles, I'm telling y'all. It'll say it on there. I'm gonna blur people's faces and names out, but you guys, the titles are brilliant, and my friend, she makes most of the titles, so she is just brilliant. So so when Jay came in, I was just like, oh. But I made her a moderator because I was like, well, if I just not make her a moderator today, like, it would just look suspicious. And like, I don't necessarily have a problem with her, but it's like the shit that you were saying, and we even had to call it out. Like, okay, you don't condone interracial dating. You don't tell us what to do. If we want to interracially date, what's it to you? Like, there's more black men for you.
Right.
So
Yeah, that
yes,
is that is funny. Oh, that's so funny. So that they're
you
like,
got to
more for
remember
you,
that,
more mashed potatoes for you, more
right?
carbs for you. So you should be very happy, girl.
Right. The competition is getting out the game. You know what I'm saying? Because they
vice
always talk
vice
about
versa.
how many options they have and stuff. So hey, you got it. Now you got all the options. So
I
mhm,
actually get happy when I think about the divestment, because I was like, damn, um, for people who want to be with a black person, I was like, damn, then that'll clear the impurities the impurities are gonna rise to the top and it's gonna fall out the bucket, and some people gonna get lucky and some people won't. But
yes.
the truth is gonna remain at the bottom. The real is gonna remain at the bottom. The raw is gonna remain at the bottom.
Right.
So it's kind of like, then you can develop and actually create something with a like someone with a like mindset, and you can go forward. You know, you could be equally yoked with somebody, but
Hmm.
whether they're white, black, or whatever. So I love when they talk about divestment. I'm like, ooh, goody, get y'all asses on. You know, let's black women kill. And I
Right,
actually,
right.
like, you guys might come to my channel and see some crazy stuff. I'm gonna be encouraging them to go and date out. Like, you know what, black man, and I know I'm gonna be sarcastic and stuff because I'm quite a clown. So I'm be like, I noticed that you guys are so much happier without us. Like, you're better fathers, and it is true, they're better fathers when they're with the preference. So I'm like, I see them smiling in public. I want to see black men happy. So I'm like, you know what? Go on, black man. I'm gonna die alone. Just do
Yes.
what you need to do, you know, and in hopes that more black women be saved, because it is a femicide
Yes.
going on.
Let me see if I could pull up the numbers right now on, I think it's damn near almost 900.
Mhm.
So, but this is my thing, because she got up there and she was mad because me and Sunshine was saying, like, just keep your options open, black women. So we got on the stage that day. She came in. So it was already a tension in the air. Like we were just trying to be nice or whatever, but I could visually see that we were not seeing eye to eye. And that last conversation really rubbed everybody the wrong way on both sides.
Mhm.
So as we're going through the room, somebody brought up interracial dating again. I mean, I don't know. We could do titles about anything. Interracial dating gets brought up somehow. And so there were some women in there that have been married, wanted to date black men, but they weren't getting the results they were looking for, and they ended up dating and marrying a white man, and they're with them now, to this day. So it's just funny to me because she just got on the mic. She's like, my pro-black ass, I gotta say my shit because I just don't know. I just don't agree with black women interracially dating because what did she say? Like I've been abused by black men. I've been hurt by black men,
And
but
still
I
with
just
them. Yeah,
yes,
see the thing is for people, this is what I always tell people. I'll tell a female, I'll tell a male friend. I said, I can't sleep with you. Even though you
yeah,
want me to do what you want me to do, I can't sleep with you. You're not gonna be there for me. So don't try to control my adult life. Like don't do that. They just have a thing where if you with us, if you're not with us, then here comes the mob. If you don't do this, it's ever since I became an adult, I'm like, oh, I'm free. No, it's constant manipulation, control, and there's still structure and order throughout life. And then it's just sex and groups and cliques and people just trying to tell other people what to do.
yes,
I'm like, I did
yes.
not become an adult to be controlled all over again. This is my time. you know?
Right. And everybody should do what they want to do. And she was mad. She was like, I just hate all of this talk about interracial dating. Like, what about our survival? Like she's just going on. She's like, I just feel like is when you say that well, I just forgot what the room, maybe it was another room, but she was like, it's just not all black men when I hear you guys talking like that. And I'm willing to wait for that good
Oh,
black man. I just
yeah,
don't know.
it's women in the church that's been waiting for 20, 30 years. And
Right.
what's her name? Mocha Mommy made a really good video that I
Oh, I
watched
love
called
her. Yes.
she put like don't blame Pick Misha, and she blamed she didn't blame, she created a great understanding about how some people came from parents who were Black Panthers or what have you, and that's why they have that racial pride and
Wow.
feeling that they have to be on the front lines. Because I wasn't a Panther girl from a Panther family, but I came from a military family, so I used to march in the streets with my own little gear on for the Black community because I wanted the drugs to stop. I was a product of that with kingpins and stuff like that. I had to cook it when I was little, so I've seen it myself, the effects and what it can do. So when I saw children in there, I jumped in community service in my community, and I wanted to see Black people off drugs. I wanted to see it stop. So a lot of those people still have those militant roots that they can't kind of like stray away from, and it just has to be respected and just say, hey, they're still asleep. Pain is what's gonna wake
Wow.
pain is what's
I
gonna wake somebody up.
I never thought about that. And that's a great point. And
Hmm.
she was mad at us. And again, today she brought that time she brought up the whole thing about the Tyler thing. Like y'all always talking about dating Tyler. So my friend jumped on her. She was like, why you keep bringing that Tyler shit up? This is like the third time you done brought that up since it happened. Like, that was just one thing that we were talking about. And she was just like, I'm just saying, like, all this stuff about interracial dating is crazy. Like, this is just fueling the gender war. And so then my friend was like, shit, if you don't like what we saying, you can leave, get out. We don't want you here. Shit, like, let's move on. And so she muted her mic and whatever, but she still stayed. So as we continue to go, people are telling their stories about how their marriages are going in interracial dating and stuff like that. And then she gets on the microphone and she was just like, I mean, it's just that um other races are not as good as black men, and we're feeling the gender divide
Yeah,
and war by
she
doing this.
hasn't felt the pain yet, and that's what I told people. Like it's like people say, Blackistan being in a domestic violence relationship. It's until always have this saying until your life flashes before your eyes, until your bones and your face is crushed and you purple and blue. Then and only then will you want to get out.
Yeah.
Then
Right.
then and only then will you be ready.
But yeah, but not
Yes.
only that, it's just like the fact that I know she said that is like, and I was saying this as a black man speaking. Like, listen, I'm not gonna say, like I said, my ego is not her saying that. Okay, there might be other races of men that might be better than me. I'm just seeing. I just view as an individual. So my thing when you're saying, well, like there's nothing like like a black man or anything like. Well, I mean, listen, you don't know every single black man. You don't know every single white person. Just like I mean, every single Asian person, whatever. I'm just like I'm just saying that just making that kind of strongman
Like
argument,
no,
saying like,
every
Yes.
black man is not a DiGiorno pizza. They're not the same. It's
Right.
like you cannot go to the frozen food section. They're not the same.
Like, and it's like that shit, because she's like, I just hate the title, y'all need to put some black man. I said, oh, we don't do that here. I say that everywhere I go. I'm not doing that. If it don't apply, let that shit fly. Because what I'm not going to do is say, well, not all black men do. When I'm going on Clubhouse and I'm seeing rooms saying black women who wear weave and nails are hookers, um
Mm.
white women come in and tell black women how to get married, alpha
Oh
women
wow.
equals chicks with dicks. When I'm seeing
Oh
that,
wow.
I go in the rooms, I don't hear anybody saying maybe we shouldn't talk about black women like this. It's not all black women.
Oh
I don't hear
wow.
nobody saying that. So when they come in my room and they start telling me shit, I said, do you go in there and tell them that? When I see these crazy titles and I go in there and they talking mad shit about black women, do you go in there and say we should talk about black women like this? Because it's not all black women. No, you don't. You be laughing right along, you be venting, you be going off too. And
Right.
it's just crazy, and that stops them because you're not doing that. So don't come in here telling us what the fuck we can say, because I'm
Right.
gonna say whatever I feel.
Yeah.
And
It's like
go
when you
ahead.
said that. I'm so sorry. You can always
No,
use
you're
tape.
good. You're
You
good.
can always use tape if I talk too much, but you
No,
know.
this is a great dialogue. Go ahead.
But like the I just thought about something that came to mind, like the apostles. The definition of an apostle is someone that carved a new way, like a trailblazer. So the reason why it's new and foreign, because you guys are leading a path, or you had an epiphany and you went on a different, you went against the grain and you went in a different direction, or
Right.
you're a salmon and you're swimming upstream. No matter what you believe in, you're fighting a certain current, and you just have to keep going even if it's lonely and you meet like-minded people along the way. My thing is, as long as we're not at the bottom and the a global embarrassment financially, that's what I'm most concerned about with black people. I'm tired of us being embarrassed globally.
Yes.
I want the narrative to change, where we're not deadbeat fathers anymore, whether you're with a
Yes.
biracial in an interracial relationship or not. We have a bad rap, and
I
I want
agree.
that to change.
And this is the thing, because she got on there and she's like, I just I've already told you, you come on here and you make all of these rooms, but you're open to keep your options open. So you, why are you talking about this? This is what she's asking me. And I said, this is the thing. How can we fix anything if we're just focused on a good man? Because her argument is she wants to focus on a good man. Let's highlight all the things that the good men are doing. I hear what you're saying, but guess what? The good men are doing what they're supposed to do. But can we just be honest that there's majority of these degenerates that are out here, and these people are making excuses for them. They're defending them, and I just feel like if we don't call it out, how is it going to change? Because we have to acknowledge it and break it down of how to fix it, because this has been continuing for generations. I mean, like Cynthia G talks about, when I watch her videos, And she's talking about when she's showing us the video of the men back in the 60s and shit, and how they were talking just like the men now.
Mm-hmm.
History continues to repeat itself, and nobody wants to talk about it. We talk about holding men accountable. How? Where's the fucking accountability at? Because if we look at the numbers, the statistics, we can say whatever we want about statistics, but that's the only way we're going to measure the success of the community.
Yeah.
And when black men are damn near the bottom of everything, and the highest in where it is something negative, that is not a problem to us in the community. I'm not saying we don't have high single mother rates, we don't have low marriage rates, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But these are community issues, and if we don't start calling it out, how is anything going to change?
And I also think that we have to like kind of like take a step back, because like we realize that subscribers worship content creators and social media influencers, right? But
Right.
I had a friend from Ethiopia say something to me. He says, "You're black, right? You're Black American." He said, "I've been driving for Uber. I hear how your men talk about you guys. They hate you, hun." He was like, "They hate y'all so much, and choose a good man, right?" But he taught me something. He said, "If you want to be on that power to the people stuff and community stuff, you number one, y'all don't have a community.
Yes.
Come to terms with that first." And then he said, "The other thing is, do yourself a favor by worrying about your own garden." And I actually garden here at my house. Worry about your own garden, and in doing so, you can still have open, airy conversations about black issues, right? But
Yes.
we need to get out of the mentality of trying to save people, because
Yes, I agree with that.
it's a messed up complex. It's a God complex, and it's like we have to fall back, be like, hold up, I'm trying to save the world, Craig, and like Pinky in the brain, like we trying to take over the world, man. Look at here, save yourself and run. If you
Yes, I agree.
got it, run, and they gonna see everybody running and be like, black people don't run unless they see everybody gone. So they were like, okay, they left. What happened? Don't say nothing. We got to speak. I call it a silent tea party in terms of divestment. I was like, ladies, silent tea parties. Like, you know what this means? Drink the tea and be quiet, and we all just make faces. We talk in a language as women where we could just look at each other and
Yes.
have a whole fight silently, and nobody would know because we speak a different language. You know what I mean?
And that's the problem. We are not on code. The shit that I see, I just cannot believe that shit is going on.
Yeah,
The men
if we went on strike
definitely
like
have that.
Movember, like you know how men do Movember with their beards for 1 month. If we were to lock it down for 1 month on a global level,
No.
and see what would happen.
Yes. Let's do it. Let's spread the word.
A November.
1 month, keep sex away from every man in the world. See
Right.
how they
God
gonna
forbid
change.
No
Jedi Mike.
no OnlyFans,
Listen,
no flirting.
no.
Mike.
Dress from head to toe, cover up, girls. Show your eyes only, and don't talk to men. We can't. Not only can we not have sex with them, we can't even talk to them for a whole month.
What? No.
Right. I think that would be a great thing. I'm about to spread the word. I promise. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, November.
Mm-mm.
September, no sex, because it starts with the S.
Oh goodness. Yeah, I'm so immune
yeah.
to it by now. I was like, I think I'm dead on the inside.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's good. Like, I've been celibate too. I think it's been good. Like, I clear my mind. I could focus on myself
it's really
right
good
now.
because I've been revisiting like childhood trauma. Like, even if I don't want to deal with it, I learn when I'm celibate, those issues have to be revisited again. And I'm like, I've been in counseling for over 13 years. I'm like, here we go again. Inner child needs help. I'm like, come on, girl.
Right. Yeah.
I spent good money on therapy. I'm like, come on now. But it has to be revisited.
Yes, I agree. And you know, there's a lot of misinformation going on about the shit that occurred in the past, and there's a lot of shit that they're not really telling us the truth about. So as we start learning the ugly history and the truth, it's just evident what our whole problem is and why we continue to fail, be oppressed, um, you know, why our communities continue to fail. And so, what are we going to do about it? And I just feel like, okay, now we need to all get together and decide what we're going to do. And we need to connect with like minded people. And I mean,
Yeah,
community minded.
it's with the music first, because I was saying to myself, I was like, the music has been the largest influencer of the masses in the Black community. We need to be fighting with these celebrities to, hey, you need to change your tune. Y'all living nice and you got out the hood, but you guys are causing a lot of damage. Even all the single ladies and all that crap. Like you got a husband, you got kids, and you chilling, and y'all pushed an agenda, and we're suffering. So it's kind of like the wholesome, like, we don't need any money. If you want to open up a school in the area, don't give us this music. We don't want it, and we won't buy, because this
And
is the
see,
aftermath.
but this is the thing. And this is what I was telling my guy friend on Clubhouse. You have to look at it like this. Okay. We have a large history of betrayal for one another. And we can't even go back before slavery even happened, how we were betraying each other.
Mm-hmm.
And we have continued to do that. And now we're doing it through the music. We are selling each other out, okay? Because the men, I remember Leandria TV, she's on here. You guys check her out. She's pretty good as well.
Okay.
But Leandria was saying how she remembers a time where they went from Sam Cooke, Michael Jackson, Marvin Gaye to Bitch with Too Short.
I'm
Like,
so
listen.
I'm so glad
Or
you said
NWA,
that.
right?
No. Marvin Gaye, I'm going to do a video about how his dad killed him, and it gave me like this phenomenon in the kitchen. And I was like, wait a minute, his own dad killed him because he was jealous and he hated him. This
Yes.
man was able to succeed, climb on a pinnacle, and to only be killed by your father. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. But like, you have to look at terms of the history of the music, because like I don't know, I'm old school. Like, you're looking at terms of like New Edition, Whitney Houston type of days where like they taught you songs about love, or Michael Jackson and stuff like that. But then along in the 80s, then you get to songs like you gotta have a JOB if you want to be with me, all that mess, right? And then all of a sudden, then look at this, get the single ladies and all stuff. And now when they talk about, well, we don't want men to, or like the division, like you're saying, we're portraying each other through the music. No, bitches ain't shit but hoes are tricks. And then now you have rich nigga, that's my type. Lays the pipe, that's my type. Come on, like
a hot mess. And I said,
and now they're selling Happy Meals with Sweetie. What's her name?
They're the sheeples, the sheeples. They need music to move them. And I think that T.I.'s son, I forgot his name, Damani, he made a song called Henny and Crystals. I don't know if anybody heard of that
come
song.
On. Yeah.
That's a wonderful song. I said, imagine if all those big influencers was on some crap like that, the world would be a better place. In America, there will be no pows in the hood. Everybody be like, what crystal you got, girl? Because so-and-so had that crystal, girl. Let me get that Henny and let me get one of your his, and it would be peace on earth. And they don't understand that this music is sound waves, scientifically, it's moving the people. So that's the main problem.
And no offense, they're all doing the same thing. You got little like Uzi doing it. You got Lil Baby and Dub Baby doing the same. It's the same thing. It's the same type of music. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, it's straight trash, and people like, you don't listen to the new rap. I said, no, I'm disgusted. I was listening to an old Will Smith video. He doesn't curse in his rap. It's calm, it's peaceful, it's positive. I'm like, I watched the Get Down on Netflix because I reminisce of the good old days of hip hop, and I was like, they ruined it. I'm like, bring back disco. If it makes people dance and get on skates and stop shooting each other, do it.
Yes, I agree. And we have to look at that and see how the music and the media has influenced our mind. You guys have to watch Vicky Diller's video. She did a video
Oh,
about
yes.
the media, and she made a connection and made sense of how now the black people are looked at in how this movie what's the movie called? Born God, it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm sorry, I'm out of it, but um,
What were you said? Born, like the Born, like Born
it's like
Identity.
there's a the racist movie. Let me see something. It's a racist movie, and it was made by a black director, I believe.
It can't be Bones.
The Birth of a Nation. That's it.
Ah,
I
okay.
knew you was gonna say
I
that
mean,
movie
yeah.
with
Mhm.
Nat Turner, with the reenactment of Nat Turner.
Yes. So she made the connection that just think about it. That influenced a lot of people. They really thought that's how black people were.
Hmm.
Like there was the scene when he was lazy, he took his shoes off, his feet stink. He was a monster. He was an animal. He couldn't keep his hands off of white women. He was,
Okay.
Now listen.
shit like that.
Now,
Mhm.
because listen, I'm about to wait for because this week, Candyman's coming out actually this weekend, and they're rewriting the
Oh man.
history on that. I think Jordan Peele's attached to it, but they're
Oh my
trying to kind of get into the legend of it, saying that the original person that was Candyman, how he kind of fell in love with a white woman and stuff, and then the town found out, and that's how he basically, they killed him, tortured him, burned him alive, and cut his hand off and put some bees on it and stuff like that, honeycomb or something like that. But yeah, I think I'm really intrigued what
Oh,
that
that's
movie's gonna do.
nice. Jordan Peele is a hot mess, but I love his crazy mind. I love
Yeah, I'm really
it.
intrigued. I might do a live stream on that, depending on how like the movie is. 'Cause, like I've been
Yes.
looking forward to it, and I'm just like, I think that movie gonna have a lot of implications that I feel like you gotta watch it more than once to understand the black perspective of it. So, but yeah, but that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Please, guys, again, I'm gonna say this every often in the video. Please subscribe to Queen Mercy, Jedi Mike 7, Alexander Brandon. Like, let's support our people in here. I shout out to Honest Truth, Cynthia G, Nyla
Since Jedi is on here, Jedi, I want to be like you when I grow up, man.
right.
I am a techno dinosaur, and I don't know what I'm doing. You
Oh
make your
yeah,
stuff look so classy and nice, and I'm like, I wish my screen could jump like that and look all pretty.
facts.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I
Like I
love
want to
your
be like
videos.
Jedi when I grow up.
Mike, you gotta tell me so we can be on live together on your channel. You guys tell me if you want me to
Yeah,
come on there.
I'm actually trying to But can you hear me?
No,
Can you hear me now?
it's slow.
A little.
Hear me
I
now?
mean,
Yeah.
yes.
Right
Okay,
So
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I'm
leave.
trying to work on a schedule just because like they're combating like 3 jobs now. Like I'm also like I have office hours on campus like for people to meet up with me. So I have to put that up there throughout this week. So I'm trying to find a set schedule and planning things, but I'll let you know because I'm trying to see I have contact. I know I got Jonathan you, but if not, if you know probably have my Instagram or something like that, direct message me.
Right.
Yeah, just in contact, I'll just probably let you know something. And then if I have any ideas that probably want you guys to be a part of and stuff, I want to have more like collaborative like panels and stuff like that. But my thing is, I want to create it like I don't want to say I do want to say that educational like type of like I don't say courses, but just like content that will have there. And then I want to have like separate things like discussions for people to come on. But mainly, I want to kind of get other
I think
men. Yeah.
I think I'm sorry, Jedi. I'm so sorry. I think that there was a lady who left the Jehovah Witness, and she left the cult, and she got a lot of views from doing that. People really want to know because I used to be a minister too, so people used to reach out to me from we had like over 5,000 members. So they was like, if you left, something's wrong. They was like, because you did everything right. They was like, if you left, something's wrong. Can you help us? Can you teach us what you know? And they find me, and I go into hiding, and they'll contact my ex-husband to get in touch with me. He was like, here goes another email. I'm like, thank you, honey. And people find me.
Yeah, because I'm actually working on, because this is what, like, one of the things I'm like, because I have, the way I try to do is like when I have a list of ideas for videos and content I have the idea, then I take some either a week or two to actually form the content to make it more, let's say, a little more professional if I want to. But the one thing I was trying to do is talking about how I was trying to give this limited perspective of the prodigal son in the story.
Okay.
How like a lot of Christians, we see that things for the scripture for face value for what it is, but I think that if you notice the story of one son is basically out in a lifestyle of sin, basically in a pig pen eating filth. He comes back home and basically knowing that his father is welcoming him with open arms. But then you have the other son who's full of pride, who's in the home with the father and saying like, why are you bringing him back? And why, and
I took over. This is my spot. Like,
right.
You can go
And
back
basically,
where you came from.
right. And the point I'm going to video on make it that I feel that a lot of Christians, we're not like, we never see the perspective of the other son in the home. And I think that a lot of like Christians in the church are actually the second son in the home who's in the home with the father.
Wow. Oh man, that's deep, because I'm so glad I got chills running through my body, because I wanted to talk to you about that, but I was like, I wanted to get you where I can ask you certain questions. But that's right. You know how they cast out people from the out of the church from the book of Acts and stuff like
exactly.
that?
Yes.
They have that mentality, and there's no grace. They said, he cast your sins as far as the east from the west. When I finally do mess up and I finally do F up, where were you guys? And I was street ministry, private assistant to the pastor, cleaning that church for 5 years. And dirty bath. We used to have a church outside at a local park. Those dirty bathrooms, those dirty public bathrooms, no gloves. I'm working my ass off. Where was the grace when I fell? Where was the help? And they don't understand how much they hurt the youth, how they hurt young people, the rapes and molestation that happens in the church, the mess.
Yeah, and matter of fact, I know it's almost been 4 hours and stuff here, but I just like saying I share like my stories. Like I didn't share this one. I might make a video about this, but like I said, I was part of a campus ministry like 2.5 years ago or stuff like that, and I recently just been getting out. So you talking about how you kind of leaving a cult that takes almost years to kind of like get to have that mentality. It's been difficult for me. Like I said, like my life has been honestly for the better. Like obviously got these job opportunities now, my education, my health is the best it's ever been and everything, but the thing is like they literally put me to a point where nearly killed me, like even mental health, like being like suicidal and stuff like that, to a point that it's places that they wouldn't willingly put me into. And now when I come back with this trauma, they're saying, oh well, sorry, what we put you through, now and I guess you just gotta deal with it, whatever. You're not taking responsibility of like, listen, this whole thing is the people of grace is just a slogan to some of you, and
it's not real. And it's like, once they throw you out or cast you and shun you, nobody reach out. Like only a few would reach out, and they'll get scared and run back to the shepherd, the fake shepherd, the wolf, because they don't want to be ostracized as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like there's no, and I'm talking about, everybody knows me as Minister Rose, the sweetest, kindest, get the shirt off my back, help you. I even,
you know what, I might actually do it Sunday. That'd probably be a better time. I'll probably do that Sunday, because like
even like even though I'm not a Christian anymore, I still, like I told you, I still do Bible studies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You could start doing Bible studies, and that would draw in people, because the older generation needs to understand why people don't come in the church, because you guys are so hypocritical and make people feel really uncomfortable.
But here's the thing too, like if I wanted to like the part that I do on my channel, the one thing that I cannot stand is people who have false titles. I'm not going to sit up before you say, hey, I'm a deacon and I have a Facebook Live. Like how many people on Facebook Live or anything that saying, oh, I'm a prophetess, evangelist, and not
Because they
deacon
were
and prophetess the second,
they were forcibly ordained and got, some of them don't even have that little fake paper.
Even on
But
Clubhouse, they have it.
if you respect somebody that went to seminary school, show me your credentials. I'm sorry, but even the apostles had to be vetted by Jesus, so that wasn't an easy process either.
And basically, okay, I don't want to say too much. Actually, I like put the content on this, but my thing is that what is it that, or no, are you actually, are we saints of God that we know we're gracious people, inviting people into the kingdom and actually being obedient and helping people, being loving and stuff like that, but also spreading His word? Or are we actually people who when we're saying that, well, our righteousness is based off how many books and scripture that we read and how much we know more than the other person, and and basically, are we doing that? Do we think we know more than the saints? No, we call those the Pharisees. No, the Pharisees, they thought they knew everything. They were basically religious zealots, or like they were religious elites, thinking that, oh, we know more. We know everything. We know what the God is. And then when Jesus Himself, when He was doing all these things, healing people, bringing folks from the dead and stuff, they said, oh, this is demon. You're wrong, Jesus. This ain't. Who are you? Blah blah. He's calling these Pharisaic people are saying,
he flipped it upside down and tore it up, didn't he? He flipped it upside down and he tore it up. Like, this ain't what we do. This is not what we're about. And that's why I don't tell people I'm a Christian. I completely stepped away from it because I don't want to be associated with them.
And I'm gonna be real with you.
Treat people.
And I'll be real with you. It's kind of difficult for me because even though I disassociate from, I'm not gonna say that I'm not a Christian or I don't believe in God or anything like that. And obviously my parents being pastors is like, no, it's like,
I know that's hard.
Right. And like, it's out of the question for me to say that. But my thing is, it's just the only thing difficult is that I meet some people like I don't know, I should say this on camera, but I'll just say I got some people that contact me through the DMs, right? Mm-hmm. Right. And I don't, and like and I'm like concerned that they're trying to recruit me to something, right?
Right.
And so, the girl, she's like, hey Mike, I like your pictures and all that stuff, and then she immediately goes to the Bible and stuff. I'm just like, oh God, like please don't be anything. So we met up and everything, and then it actually was a good conversation, but at first it just felt very, awkward because I'm just like, please don't tell me like, hey, I have this ministry, you want to come? Oh, hey, I got this. I'm like, no, I'm trying to walk away from that.
Yeah, they're like robots, programmed robots, just like the Manosphere, just like all that other crap.
It's like pyramid scheme.
It's a cult, pyramid scheme, and I think it's just gonna take some. This is what I mean, like that word Christian was actually like a slur amongst the people in Rome, and when they went out after the ascension of Christ, right, doing works and stuff, that term Christian was an insult, telling them that y'all not acting like Jesus.
Right.
They thought it was a good thing, but they were saying, no, y'all don't do what he did. Y'all not acting like him. So I always tell people I do believe in a God and the creator of the universe, but I'm not gonna associate. If I say I'm a Christian, they're gonna think I'm like these people over here.
Right. And especially on college campuses, we're like kind of the most vulnerable because we have a bunch of people who come and like, try to take some folks and recruit them. And I've seen so many people, who are crying, going to these, these retreats and all this stuff. And really is basically a place of, not say condemnation, but some of it's control. Now, I'm not saying it's churches. I'm saying it's the church, which means the people, right? I just think it's sort of the people that, unfortunately, not only that we kind of westernized the word so much that we distort it, but basically also we came to a point that we turned the kingdom into a corporate, business instead of being a kingdom of just being deliverance and all that stuff. And this is the same trope that you see with Manosphere and see stuff like Kevin Samuels, even though he says Christian, not, but when saying things like when you do so much for the group, they kind of mentally control you to a point like they suck all your resources, all what they can, your strengths and what you can do for them. And then when you need them, and basically suck you high and dry. And then it's like, then they go, when you have nothing to give them anymore, they throw you out like trash. That's basically what Kevin Samuels did with Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit. Useful.
You know, gave him the platform, gave him an interview, gave him one of his two most viral moments and stuff like that. You know, several times when he called in. Then he even go up in the back end saying, "Hey, can you take this down from your channel and let me have exclusive rights to this, so I have the profit for
Terrible.
subscribers and likes and all that stuff." And then when they try to reach out to him, so to get his resources, everything, and message him, and he was nowhere to be seen, and he never responded back. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I was gonna say something before I forget. I talk too much. In the Bible, when I think it was Apostle, no, it was Peter or Paul, one of them, and they were saying that don't just believe the words that I'm saying. Test, study, and show thyself approved, and go and see if this stuff is true. And that's the journey that I've been on in my
the truth,
life.
sell it not. That's the scriptures.
Right. I've been on that journey in my life. So I said, I'm going to step away from this. I said, God, you know my heart. You know, I just want to be a good servant. I want to do everything. I'm a OCD perfectionist. I just want to do the right thing. So you know my heart. So if I'm going to hell, even though you told me to go study and show myself approved and see if these things are true, I'm on my journey because I'm looking at it post-slavery or pre-slavery.
Right. Even then, it's like I have to say, even my mother, I give my props to my mother for just, I don't know, it's just a black woman thing or whatever. But the fact that she's the pastor, like, because I get told when I was in the campus ministry, like some things that people blindly will lead, follow folks and leading. So like things, I ask questions like, boy, why are you guys doing this? Oh, because this is just how we do things. Like, no, that's not an answer. And my mother, she's like, I don't care who in ministry, even as a pastor, if I'm seeing stuff going on, I ask questions. Because I'm not going to be following someone blindly, and I can't ask questions and
like just taking stats with no backup. Like, how do you find data? How do we dig deeper? And I think somebody on Truth's last stream said people just don't want to dig because they're lazy. When you have to do research like the Greek and Hebrew and all that, that's a lot of brain wrecking work for each word in that Bible. It is very stressful to decode just a chapter or a paragraph in the original text and form.
Yeah, I think it's a good topic and stuff like that. I'm glad we had this conversation though, but like we'll be contact. But yeah, Taddy, just make sure you just DM me whatever, your contact info and everything.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I have class I think at 10:30, and then I got work later in the day.
Oh, Jedi's a rock star. You're a rock star. You came out after
dark.
He wrote with us.
Much.
Yeah, I gotta support my sis. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right, but anyway, you need anything from me, just let me know, okay?
All right, thank you. You have a good night.
Oh, you too. All right, night. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Night, Taddy. I kept you up. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah. So, just to get back to the story real quick, she got mad. She was telling us about it's not all black men, and this dark-skinned woman yelled out, "You're a mammy."
Mm-hmm.
So she got mad and removed her from the room. And on Clubhouse, when you get removed from the room, you can't come back in. Like the room just disappears.
Oh wow.
So me and Sunshine did call the woman out and said, "Hey, we don't be disrespectful to anybody, especially the moderators in the room."
Yeah.
But I didn't want her to be removed. Like, let her say what she's gonna say.
Yeah,
we can have
it should be a point where we can still because like you should watch my last video, because I was like it should come to a point like even if we disagree with one another, especially on YouTube, we should be a united front no matter what.
Yes.
They're gonna tear us apart. The guys are gonna tear us apart because they know that because Jonathan said something on his channel how he said the women are stronger than the black men to get versus their front. I disagree with that because the men are going to come, they're going to cover for each other. You're going to get the ones that disassociate, kick them out, and then there's going to be a line of defense. It's not like that with the women. You're on your own. It's either you with the girls, the cliques, or you're gonna be on your own. There is no line of defense for you.
Exactly, I agree.
Like we should be able to talk no matter what,
and have open communication of why we feel the way we feel.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever, she kicked her out the room. So then this woman was talking to her, and this woman's married to a white man, and she was just like, so how long are you willing to wait for the good black man? She was like, as long as necessary, as long as possible.
Like, I know a lady
And
now, 23 years, still waiting. You can blow the dust off of her. I said, lady, you're a good wife. You would make a great wife, and you've never been married. You raised your daughter. I was like, you're a wonderful woman, and you could teach those Proverbs 31 classes because you know how to run a household. And I said, what a shame that you wasted your life and now you're bitter, old, and grouchy. I said, I feel for you, girl. But I said, you still sexy, and you could get yourself out there and get you a man if you really wanted one.
right, yeah,
Because
and
they
that's
still look good. I'm like, that's one thing black women can say. You might have to get an older man if you're in your 40s or 50s, but it is not over.
right. It's not over. Like there's men out there, but she has that scarcity mindset, and she just kept saying like, I'm willing to wait. And so um
Yeah,
S, who was
she
a,
might have to get a toad. She might have to get an old toad with traditional values who got lupus or probably got high blood pressure, erectile dysfunction, but will love her and give her 50-50 or cover her. It's possible.
right, exactly. um when am I going to do another live? Actually tomorrow, Alexander. I do plan to do one. I'm going to schedule it out so I have enough time to do it, but I'm going to start getting on here a lot more, and
Yeah.
earlier in the day.
Yeah, I'm trying
um,
myself with That's something that due to my condition, I have a really hard time with that.
yeah,
But I try lately with StreamYard, I feel really comfortable like not having to show my face sometimes because a
yeah,
lot of times it's like social anxiety or whatever. But since I've been on Jonathan's panels, I'm like, oh, I got a little bit of courage. I can talk
yeah,
again and or I can show my face if I want to. And the StreamYard has like really helped me with that.
yeah. I agree. I was kind of hesitating, like, should I show my face? Should I not show my face? But
Mhm.
like, I don't care. Whatever. Whoever feels some type of way, they feel some type of way. Don't watch. Like,
Right.
um, but yeah. So long story short, she got mad at us because, well, one of the women was saying like, you're sitting here defending black men, but do you think that they defend a woman like you with your phenotype and you're
Nope.
overweight?
Oh my
So
God.
let's
No.
just be honest about that, because we were all on the same stage when a man yelled out to her like, I don't like overweight black women,
Hmm.
and he was
Oh,
throwing shots at her.
that's a good idea to have the men speak first on what they don't like and let them air
Hmm.
out their grievances first, and then let the women talk afterwards who want to
Yes.
still be there for them.
And that's why I like to have the men on the panels, because you need to hear what they're saying. And I'll let them talk as long as they aren't disrespectful to
Hmm.
anybody on the panels. I will let them speak. This is not an echo chamber. I want to have a real conversation and break things down. And a lot of men have started to see our way
Right.
when we're talking to them. Like, okay, this is how you sound. Do you think that makes sense when I'm breaking it down that way? Some of them do say, I mean, not a lot. Some of them do say like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Right.
And
And
they
and
want to
that and
change
it's
it.
like the breaking point in the communication is what I live for. And when the honest truth had that night with Taz, that caller that Jonathan was dealing with, that was a breaking through point, and it was so worth it, at that time.
Yes. I have not seen Respect, Aretha Franklin yet. I will. I'm going to go see it, but I could probably go see it and see if I could do a review on it. I'm waiting for it. I love Jennifer Hudson. Um, but yeah, so she got mad at what we were saying, and that basically once Ed said that about her phenotype, she was just mad. She wanted to move on. But
Mm.
she is not lying. So then we were talking, somebody was in mid sentence. The next thing I know, I get a notification on Clubhouse saying, you've been removed to the audience. Mind you, I made the room.
Oh my goodness.
So I get removed to the audience. Then I'm like, what the hell? What just happened? So I'm raising my hand to get back on the stage. Next thing I know is I hear they're contributing to the gender war. I can't
Oh,
believe they're going to be doing this and going against the black men and the
yeah,
black women.
and I think they should tone down. The words are so powerful. Like that's one thing I notice about us as a people. We're a vibrational people. So like music, sound, words, vibrations, energies, and tone that mess down. Cut it out. We're not at war. We're not strapped up with helmets and stuff. Tone that down. Tone that all the way down. Like, and I think things are kind of like, calm down. We're not at war. Like if we were
Exactly.
at war, we'll be busting their heads with glass bottles because we're so angry at the degeneracy, the anger that we really supposed to have. A real angry black woman, like, um, what's that movie you mentioned earlier? Wait Until Exhale. They will see that.
Yes.
They will see that on a global level. So we're not at war. Okay, because if we was at war,
Yes.
it would be a lot of burning cars. It would be a lot of dead bodies. We're not at war. Not with them, at least. Not they might be at war with us, but we're not at war with them.
That's the whole thing. I'm like, okay, so this is where the gaslighting comes at, because it's like, this is supposedly an agenda. This is part of the gender war. So she ended up removing us from the room. And so come to find out, she started removing everybody off the stage, and then she was just talking. So we made another room. Everybody from that room came over there, and they were just saying how she was just sounding like a crazy person. Like, she's saying interracial dating is part of white supremacy, is a part of the agenda. And
yeah, because they believe because you have to think. Listen to that video from Mocha Mami. It's like she gave such a really good understanding, and I was like, some people. It's like we have to respect people's beliefs, whatever they're into, but they really firmly believe that they're the chosen ones of God. They're the Israelites and all that stuff, and they're not supposed to pollute. And they go off of that code and stuff. So they really, what I call it, zeal and passion. They have the zeal and passion. You could be dead ass wrong, and the train is still going. Nobody can stop the train. You just gotta step. Nobody can save anybody. We just have to step back. It's a train wreck. We all train wrecks. Let the train go where it's going, and just do the best you can in your life. And if you feel like you're doing the right thing, go and don't try to save anybody. Just have conversations.
Yeah, but the thing is, we weren't trying to do anything. We were saying, you're gonna do you, we're gonna do us. But it's like she was mad that we wanted to date out. Like, no, you can't.
Well, the problem is not the problem. What they notice is that the divestment has gave a great level of influence on women who are in struggle love relationships. So they're like, damn, we're not living like that. Like, we're doing something wrong, and we're over here suffering and carrying. We're muling. We're carrying the load. We're tired. So let's be nosy and see because I always joke around and say I'm like a fake divester or whatever, because I just snoop around in different channels because I was learning. I didn't even know what all these terms even meant. I just learned what the pills were like 2 months ago. So I'm like, I'm a gummy person. I hate pills. So I'm like, I would have never thought anything,
Yeah, they just need to OD on all those pills. They get on my damn nerves.
Yeah, I'm like, it's time for dissolvable tablets, because obviously the pills are taking too long.
Yes, because this is just, I really hate that they don't see it. And I said, my thing is it a part of the what's it called? Is it a part of the agenda for black men to publicly agree with Tila Tequila about black women being bald headed and all of that?
They truly don't like us, and a majority of them, they've never ever been attracted. You have to think about post-slavery. They
Yes.
naturally wanted,
Pre-slavery.
yeah, pre-slave. They naturally wanted what was different, and they gravitated to even the Egyptians in the Bible. Um, the Pharaoh at that time wanted Sarai because of her fair skin, and he would take any fair-skinned woman. You know what I mean? And now look at Egypt, dun dun,
Yes.
gone.
That's what they were saying about the Moors. Think about the Moors before slavery. They were having the black women washing the white Spanish women,
Yep, yep,
but to get them ready to have sex with them. And they breeded themselves out in Spain. Spain should not be
exactly,
this light.
exactly.
So this is the problem. This has been happening for generations. So I don't know why black men are trying to act like, oh, we're just gonna go our own way now.
Because
SYSBM, we're gonna be saving ourselves.
they've
Hey.
been doing it, and the divestment movement is upsetting a lot of, like the ones who
Mhm.
are in prison who need a place to stay when they get out of jail. So telling women to divest and open up your options, know your worth, self-worth number one. Heal from your trauma. Not everybody has trauma, but for those who have trauma, you better get into therapy, or you better find your way to something more positive, because if you're off in a hurry trying to run off, you're gonna bring trouble to your next relationship.
Exactly. I agree, and that's what they be talking about in the divestment sector. Like, don't bring that trauma to the other communities. And I
They
agree.
can't handle it, and they don't understand it. So it's like my ex-husband was from Haiti, and he didn't he we was on a radio show before we got married, and they were basically trying to tell him choose somebody else because she got too much trauma or whatever. He came from a spotless household with two parents, wealth, generational wealth and everything. So for him, he didn't understand the days where I cried in bed, or why I didn't want to be touched or whatever, because I didn't deal with those things properly, and the services that we got through our AKA fake church or whatever, they didn't do a good job at helping us as a newlywed couple, or a couple that wanted to be married. Like if we had the right resources, they would have been like, "You guys aren't ready yet. We don't sign off on this."
Yes. I just think that we just need to be careful because these people are freaking crazy.
Hmm.
But the divestment movement is new, so I don't know why it's such a bothersome thing for everybody. Like,
Because it's people who are still like, who like black men, but like people like myself, for example, I'll date anybody but a pale pickle. But I'll date anybody, but it's like, my thing is, I'll pay attention to other women in different interracial relationships, and see how they're living, see how they're doing. And like one of my friends from Maryland married a Hispanic guy. He's an architect, make a lot of money. She doesn't have to cook. He works and he takes care of his mother and siblings as well. And I was like, she's not stressed. She's not. She didn't cook. I wish she would have cooked for him, because I'm like, you really have a nice husband. And I'm like, you
right.
should stop being mean to him. And he wanted kids, and she had like 2 master's degrees, and she was like, I want to go to school, and how dare he make me sit at home and be a housewife, and there's no kids here. And I'm like, girl, you're being pampered and spoiled, and you don't even have to cook or clean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I saw a black couple who came from nothing, who were really close friends of mine, who became like a CEO of a bank. And he had like a all glass condominium in Miami, and he would let me come and house sit, and he would say, Mercedes, you want this lifestyle? Me and my wife started out at my mom's house in a 1 bedroom and a 1 room, and we made it. And this is why I don't let her work, because she was with me and we worked through it. Now that's not for everybody. You know what
Yes.
I mean? She doesn't even know how to cook. She was like, Mercedes, how do you make tea? I said, you don't know how to boil water? And she'd be like, get over here and teach me how to cook. So I used to love to like go to their place, look at the loft, look at the landscape. I've seen the piece of both sides, you know what I mean? And I think it's the women who are divested, women are paying attention, who are not either like in and out of a phase with black men or whatever race they're with, people are paying attention that, hey, you deserve a peaceful household. You
Yes,
deserve to not have an STD or to get cheated on. You know what I mean?
exactly. I agree. And now black women are waking up saying we deserve better. And now people are mad for some reason
Yeah,
because
and it's not about the money. It's like that's great and all, but can y'all at least take care of your children? Don't cheat. Go to work. You know what I mean? Like we're asking for the basics, and they think that it's all about money.
of course they think that way. It's and that's what Jason was asking me at the beginning of the stream. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
with the finances, money. I attract men who make 90K and above. My
yes,
thing is money is not. I don't even look. I'm looking at your integrity, your character, how you treat me. Do you see your money as your money, or is it our money and my money's your money? Like those were very important things when I got married that I learned afterwards. Like he wasn't
mm,
willing to share. He hid the fact that he was a millionaire, and I didn't find out until we got divorced in court.
wow,
She was like, "Ma'am, do you know your husband's a millionaire?" I said, "No, ma'am. No, ma'am." He let me live in the most worst rat infested part in town. Would have never
what the
known.
hell?
Would have never guessed.
Mm-mm-mm. And see, that's the thing. Was he a black man?
He was from Haiti.
Mm. Black men are very selfish with their money.
Hmm.
Um, on Clubhouse, I can just hear them talking about um how they feel like women should be going 50-50 with them on dates because a, a woman may not deserve to be on a date.
Right,
Like,
and
or what if they don't get
he
sex or
owned
something?
he owned properties too. Like we could have lived in a really nice empty vacant property and he just let it sit there. Like on hindsight, just looking back, like yeah, I was a housewife, but I suffered mental abuse, financial abuse. Like I
Yes.
went through the ringer. And day 3 that we got married, he was like, "Oh, by the way, I don't like black women." And I was like, "Why the hell did you marry me?"
Right. What would be the point?
And I was like, why did we even get married? We were friends for 6 years. And I'm like, get married in the family. His mother didn't like me because I was American. His father said, I'm cool with you guys, but I suffered family. The culture is important when you're dating out, even if it's somebody from the Caribbean or whatever. You better know the culture and make sure that, like you said, asking about the family, getting to know that person's family, hanging around their family. When you marry that person, you will marry their family.
Yes. And if they are racist, like it's just no point in trying to convince them that you're good enough for him. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah, hang around the family, do all family functions, because then you'll know if it's gonna succeed or not. Because his mother was teaching him how to make me suffer. She was in his ear, telling him, "Do this, do that, make her do this. Don't let her do that." And he did everything she said.
Yeah, that's why I definitely have to ask that question.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
and it's just going around, be like, "Hey, when can I see your family?" Like, "Hey, y'all got a picnic or something?" Like, go to a family function, go somewhere, and like it took me like 13 years, and that guy still did not introduce me to his family. That was hurtful. He'll be in the car talking to me on the phone. His dad won't ask him who he's talking to because he's too embarrassed to introduce me. He said eventually they'll accept it because he was Filipino and his family, you have to live on the same property and land, and with your family they like to stay together. So he was like, we're gonna have to be on the same compound anyway, so she'll just get used to it and we'll just force it on them. And I'm like, no, I can't do this. So I
Yeah,
was like,
that's
I had to walk
crazy.
away. Yeah, I had to walk away. I was like, I'm sorry, but I refuse to keep living like this.
Yeah, that's insane.
Hmm.
And
And with that
I'm
Muslim,
sorry.
beware of conversion because they'll get you worked up to the end. And I had a really nice Muslim man in Canada that I was smitten by, and his mom loved me and all. When it got to the serious part of my dual citizenship, they was like, "Oh, by the way, you can marry him, but we need you to convert to Islam, and you have to want to do it from your heart." I was like, "Oh hell no!" I was
Hell no.
like, I was like, and he was like, "Well, we can't get married." But I'm like, "But I love you and you love me." And he was like, "You like curry?" I'm like, "Shut up." And he was like, "Well, convert." And I was like, it's not that easy for somebody to, those are like the issues, like realistic issues that people have to think about. Yes, the reality is that the lion and the lamb will be together, but culture and what are you willing to compromise with is a big thing.
I agree. The that's how I just feel about interracial dating. I think sometimes it's like the cultural difference, but I think that
Yeah,
there's other
I'm like that
things.
because I'm like they may not like me because I have like because I'm like native, like my mom is native Taino,
Mhm.
um, Puerto Rican and Mexican. My father is Gullah Geechee, right, from South
Right.
Carolina. So I'm mixed up. So in my culture, we lean more towards the Yoruba. We have a Yoruba bloodline. I have my ancestor altars in my house. I light my candles. I don't think they're gonna like my sage and all the stuff, all my rituals and stuff that I gotta do, or she gotta be dressed up in white and she can't have sex for 30 days or whatever ritual that I'm following. So I'm like, yeah, my lifestyle is what I've come to learn has been a big, big problem. So I just sit back and say, you know what? I'm gonna just focus on finances, building myself, doing what I need to do for myself and my son, and worry about love later. And just make sure I'm gonna be the best version of myself for myself and everybody else.
Yeah, and that's all you can do at the end of the day. Like, and I just feel like there's men out there. And if you keep your option open, just cast a wider net.
Yeah, and my last ex was Native American, but he was like full-blooded Native American,
Mhm.
and we had a lot in common because of tribes and stuff like that. And the only problem we had was his mom said no, but his dad said yes.
Why did
So,
his mom say no?
because I wasn't fully Native like him. So I was like, so you're gonna listen to your mom, and basically our culture was exactly the same. Our tribe was exactly the same. So I said, oh man, so you're gonna mess up. I said, you know what, forget it. Just follow your family because that's what your culture's gonna be. And it's heart wrenching when you do all the footwork and something like that will mess it up. It's really heart wrenching because I am very open minded. Like I just met a white guy this weekend and he was so kind, so sweet, so nice. And I was willing to talk with him because he was like my driver to take my son to his appointment. We were just
Yeah.
chatting. He's dating a biracial girl who's like half black, half white, but he was like, "Ooh, a real black girl with curlier hair." And he was just like looking at me and just asking me questions about trauma and mental health and stuff like that. And we really had a really nice conversation. And I was like, wow, I see why black and white couples get together because it's the sensitivity and
Yes.
the willingness to be human and just understand weaknesses. And I was like, that is so amazing. But
Wow, that's interesting.
where I
Mhm.
live at, they will come with the sheets and stuff. So I can't I can't do certain things where I live at, if you feel me.
Yeah. And it's just like I feel what you're saying because it's really hard because just to even look at um the culture of these different people, they are very family oriented.
Yeah, and
But
he abandoned his whole family. He got disowned by his whole entire family for that girl, and she won't give him a kid. He's raising her kid, and he would be called a simp. I told him about it. I said, dude, you know they'll call you a simp for taking care of a single mom and taking her in. And even his former marriage, the kid wasn't his, and he's still raising that child. And I was like, dude. And I felt for him because I was like, you deserve a kid, man. Like,
yeah,
you're Russell Wilson, like 2.0. Like, you deserve your own baby too.
yeah. But and it's also you gotta go with people who like you, you know?
Right. Right. And to give up for them to sacrifice their family. His sister dated a black guy and he dated a biracial girl. For them to give up their family if they're in love with you, it's a lot. So, and it's a lot to ask somebody if that's the case for them. But he told me he's completely cut off from his family. Whether the relationship fails or succeeds, he's still cut off for the affiliation. Yeah, and my ex-husband was cut off from his family for being with me.
And that's what I was saying at the beginning of this stream is that interracial dating is still abnormal. If we want to be honest, I mean, whoever's feelings it hurt, it does. But at the same time, we really have to be honest because interracial dating is still abnormal.
Right.
So that's the only thing. But yeah, I think that I'm gonna cut the stream off now so people will watch it.
Right.
Because I know it's long as hell.
Yep.
But I'll get back on tomorrow. Yeah, definitely hit me up. My email is on here. I think my email, I need to change my email in the thing, but just email me when you're on and I'll come support your channel. I did subscribe, so just so you know.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yes. Well, good night or good morning, I guess. And thank you so much for joining. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a night owl. Like, this is my usual. Like, I'm working on my website right now. Because I'm working on like the store part of my website. Jonathan has been promoting me. I'm Mystic Tone on his channel. So I'm trying to finish the store part and with all of the inscriptions and stuff, and it's a lot for me. So, and I start class on the 30th, so I'm kind of like rushing, trying to hurry up and get things done. And I stay up all night just so I can get everything in order. I'm like, I'm going crazy.
And that's how I had to do with my website. I finally started my business. I'm so happy. I'm starting to get leads now.
Mm-hmm.
But the website just took forever. I'm like,
and I hired designers thinking that they was gonna do the store, but
yeah.
I was stuck doing the store. I'm like, I wrote all the words, I chose the pictures. I'm like, basically, y'all got $500 for my work.
Oh no, you could have paid me less and I could have did it for you.
I know. I'm like, at least it's pretty though. It's pretty, so I stopped crying so much.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's good. Just let me know. And I'm glad you got your business up finally, because I know when we first met, you were talking about it. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. You have a good one.
You too. All right. Good night, everyone. Or good morning.